We have one more round of applause for this amazing quartet from Douglas Anderson. And for clearly their teacher that's over here on the right, and also for their teacher who appears to be over here on our right. A huge round of applause as well. That doesn't happen without teachers. The school board of the Duval County School District is now convened in its regular monthly meeting. To everyone present and to our television viewers, I wish to extend a warm welcome to this meeting of the Duval County School Board. The vision statement of the Duval County School Board states, "Every student is inspired and prepared for success in college, career, and life." The mission statement of the Duval County School Board is to provide educational excellence in every classroom and every school for every student every day. The Duval County School Board is here tonight to listen to reports from district staff and to set policy for the district that will improve student achievement. We will also address budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and other business items that require a vote of the board. The management and the day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of our superintendent, Dr. Diana Green. It is not the role of the board to make managerial or operational decisions. The board has policies and procedures in place to assist our superintendent in resolving these management and operational issues. If items appear to move quickly, it is because the board meets in an agenda committee meeting prior to the board meeting for an in-depth review of all agenda items. The agenda committee meeting for the May 2nd, 2023 school board meeting will be held on April 18th, 2023 at 9 a.m. and the public, as always, is invited to attend. As a show of courtesy and respect to each other, we ask that all mobile phones be turned to silent and that no flash photography be used in our meeting this evening. For those wishing to address the board during our public comments portion of the board meeting, please note that we will accept speaker cards until 6:20 p.m. According to the CDC's website, Duval County's COVID-19 community level is currently designated as low. The CDC currently recommends indoor mask wearing for people with symptoms, a positive test, or exposure to someone with COVID-19. Thank you for taking the time to join us this evening and for your interest in the operation of the Duval County School District. At this time, I'm going to invite you to stand for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. As we stand, though, I'd like to ask everyone to keep in thought those in the Covenant School who were impacted by a recent school shooting. Please stand. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. And before we move into tonight's school presentation, we'd like to again recognize the amazing student quartet who came from Douglas Anderson School of the Arts. Can we give them one more round of applause? We are fortunate to have so many talented children in our school district. That being said, this evening we are excited to bring up a representative from District 3 for our school presentation. With that, I welcome Principal Torino, the wonderful principal from Englewood High School.
Good evening. Thank you for the honor of allowing us to highlight Englewood High School this evening. Englewood holds such a special place in my heart and all others that have walked through and been a part of our community, our campus. Our school serves approximately 1,680 students, with over 25 of those being English language learners within their first 3 years in the United States. EHS offers a traditional high school experience while also distinguishing itself with select programs, including the only dual language high school in DCPS and one of the few schools with an early college advanced degree in science in advanced manufacturing and engineering in partnership with FSCJ and Johnson & Johnson Vision Care. Also unique to Englewood is the Bridge to Employment program, a 3-year mentorship program in which students experience college and career readiness through many lenses, particularly that of STEM. This evening, we are also joined by our partners of Johnson & Johnson Vision Care and Communities in Schools. We are forever thankful for the commitment they have made to Englewood and to the lasting impact that they leave on our students and on themselves. As my team and I worked together to create this presentation, we wanted to capture the essence of Englewood and so much of it that has been recreated to align between our own vision and also what our students need from us. Just last week, while walking during lunch duty, I overheard a new student engaging in conversation with others, and he shared, "This place is all about love. There is so much love at this school." It was a moment that I recorded in my brain and in my heart because, alongside safety and instruction, it is what Englewood is all about: a love and a level of care that opens the door to opportunities through experiences. And with that, we would like to share a small presentation that captures the 6 areas we have been working on this year, centered around building relationships and creating opportunities for our students.
Here at Inglewood High School, it's a very diverse and very popular cultural high school. There are over 62 countries here that are represented. I'm an ESOL teacher, and we have over 364 language learners here at the school, with over 30 languages and dialects spoken fluently here at Inglewood. One thing about this school, we are the only school in Duval County that's offering dual language in both Spanish and English. The students here, they want to learn, they want to strive. When they come here, they may not understand, they may not know, but when you are in the environment amongst other like individuals, you see the many connections, you see how the kids gravitate towards one another and how they learn from one another, and it's such a unique experience here at Inglewood High School.
The Inglewood High School Multicultural Day is upon us. The day we've all been waiting for. The day we get to showcase all our different cultures that make up the Inglewood High School. Whether it's the 40 different languages that's spoken or the 60 different countries that is represented, we all are going to meet here on April 28th to enjoy a cultural festival.
I have the pleasure of being the site coordinator for the Bridge to Employment program at Inglewood High School. This program engages students, mentors, and other volunteers to help students prepare for college and the workforce. We are part of a global network with students and mentors from all over the world, and we have the opportunity of engaging with our local Johnson& Johnson to help our students get college and career ready. We are so excited to expose them to different opportunities, as well as helping them build their life skills so that they are ready to enter the workforce or a degree program when they graduate.
The Inglewood JRTC program is the heart of the school. It helps us build camaraderie, teamwork, and true leadership. It's more than just Army, it's a way of life and family with opportunity to experience the world out there.
This year, JOTC has had the ability to work with outside organizations on many amazing community building activities. These activities also taught our cadets leadership skills and how to improve their community and work with each other. The best of these events was the Junior Achievement Trip, where we helped elementary schoolers learn economics. Uh, the kids loved having us there. They were very excited, and I'm glad to see that many of them took home amazing lessons to improve themselves and their community. Another amazing event would be when we worked with the American Legion, again helping kids with the Fall Festival and the Spring Festival. It was amazing to see how this improved the community and how the kids loved having us there. The American Legion also loved our help.
Through a partnership with Junior Achievement, we were able to learn about the stock market. And when that bell rang, it was go time. There were 45 days, and each day lasted 1 minute. The team with the most net worth won. It required us to work together, think strategically, and manage our stress.
Remarkable Rams is such a unique celebration to Englewood. It goes beyond attendance,
grades, and discipline, and instead it focuses on the individual. Our teachers and our staff are tasked with what makes that individual unique. What about their story stands out? What improvements have you seen that give you that wow factor throughout the quarter in how that child has manifested and grown? On the day of the celebration, the students learn who is the individual that nominated them. And they learn this through a special letter written to each one of them by the individual who nominated them. The letter shares stories and share details and share thoughts that are so personal and so unique to that child and to everything that they are deserving of. And it is one of our favorite and most unique celebrations that we offer.
Hi, I'm Noah Ray. This year at Inglewood High School, we have peer mediation, and it's been a game changer, and it's been really beneficial for our students. It's facilitated by our adults, but it's led by the students. We believe that the students, talking to other students about, what we got going on or, the problems that we're trying to solve, we think it's more beneficial instead of sitting down with an adult because it's more of like a lecture or you're getting reprimanded. From a student standpoint to another student, it's more understanding. We can relate to each other and help get points across better. And it's just like we're coming from our own device.
I like how our staff members always help us. They know our name and our story. They always check on our grades, keep tabs on our SAT scores, and always know exactly how to make us feel celebrated.
Inglewood is everyone knowing your name and your story.
Inglewood is me being greeted every morning with a smile.
Inglewood is diversity.
Inglewood is presence with you and for you all the time.
Inglewood is a great learning place and has teachers to help you with everything that you need.
Inglewood is home.
At this time, I know that Vice Chair Pearson, the board member for District 3, would love to say some words about Inglewood.
I would, and I have a little moisture. It's funny when I have 5 high schools that I represent in District 3, and it's kind of like my 3 children. I love them all equally and in different ways. And one of the things that I love about Inglewood is one, they invite me to campus a lot, and I love that. But each time I go, I get to see a different facet of the school. So as I was watching the presentation, I was like, oh yeah, I've been there for the launch of that, or like I've been to a football game, and one of the things I talk to principals about is try to tap into your neighborhood pathway. And it was so fun to go to a football game, I think it was last season, where at one point the Southside Middle School cheerleaders came out and cheered and were given a platform at the high school football game and cheered with the Inglewood cheerleaders. Like, that's exactly what I was talking about, is building those pathways and connections and making sure that Southside students know that Inglewood is their school. But it's really, really a fun school, and it's an impressive place to be when you think about all of the moving parts and the diversity at the school and the uniquenesses of the programs and of the students, and how they come together as a family to recognize Inglewood as home. And so I'd love to recognize Principal Trino, which is why I asked for Inglewood to be the highlight school tonight, and her staff for developing that culture and fostering a family atmosphere at Inglewood.
Thank you. Can we have one more round of applause for this fabulous principal? Principal Chirino, thank you again for being with us. I see your mentor, Principal Bravo, in the back cheering you on as well. Always good to see lineage in our district doing its thing. That being said, at this time, I am going to ask Ms. Gutierrez to come up to do some recognitions. But as she's coming up, we do have one of our former elected officials in the House, as it were. He's one that's meant so many to each of us individually, and his impact on our community could probably never, ever be measured. The former sheriff of Jacksonville, the Honorable Nathaniel Glover, if you could stand to be recognized. And just because apparently City Council doesn't want to be outdone, former City Council member Suzanne Jenkins, I believe she's in the House as well. Is that true? There you go. We always love it when former officials cross the river to be a part of our organization. So thank you. With that, and thank you for that personal privilege, I will say we'll turn it over to Ms. Gutierrez for tonight's presentations.
The mission of our career and technical education program is straightforward: to prepare employable, productive citizens who can adapt to a rapidly changing and highly technological global community. And tonight we begin our presentations by honoring a CTE partner helping Team Duval do just that. Johnson & Johnson Vision established the Early College Academy of Advanced Manufacturing and Engineering at Inglewood High School in 2014 with Florida State College at Jacksonville. The Johnson & Johnson Vision Academy is a dual enrollment program that provides college-level courses at both the Inglewood and FSCJ campuses. Team Duval students attend advanced manufacturing and engineering courses at FSCJ free of charge, including transportation. Through this partnership, students are not only able to receive college credit for their courses, but they also have the opportunity to take part in internships, mentoring, and career training. Since the inception of this program, more than 80 students from Team Duval have earned an Associate of Science or an Associate of Arts degree from FSCJ. Joining us today from Johnson & Johnson Vision are Senior Project Portfolio Manager Abe Alangadon, Bridge to Employment Professionals Estina Sampadian, Ashlyn McCarthy, and Drake Smalley, and Youth Leadership Development Program Professionals Travis McKee and Vincent Barn. We're also joined by Inglewood High School Principal Marlene Chiarino. And here on behalf of the district, our Career and Technical Educational Director Jill Fearley and Business Partnership Supervisor Patrick McCabe. Please help us thank Johnson & Johnson Vision for the ways they're helping to support our students. We now wish to recognize River City Science Academy Innovation, chosen as a 2023 State School of Character by Character.org. Character.org is an organization that promotes character education in schools across the country. In the organization's own words, Character.org certifies schools and districts each year at the state level that have developed and implemented an intentional, proactive, and comprehensive approach that embeds character into all aspects of the school life. Selection of schools is based on Character.org's 11 Principles framework for schools, and that includes creating a caring community as well as fostering students' self-motivation. River City Science Academy Innovation is one of just 2 schools in Florida chosen for the 2023 class and one of 73 state-level schools of character selected throughout the nation. Schools and districts that have been selected for this award have been put in the running for Character.org's highest distinction, National School of Character, which will be awarded in May. Here on behalf of River City Science Academy are Executive Director and Co-founder Dr. T, Co-founder Sel, RCSA Innovation Principal Erdogan and Dean Mrs. Milton, and also Intercoastal Principal Mrs. Jackson. Please join us in congratulating River City Science Academy Innovation for this honor. Without question, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are growing pillars in our society, along with healthcare. With this in mind, we continue our presentations by honoring River City Science Academy for hosting the 10th annual STEM and Health Expo this February. This free event gave students a chance to showcase their skills in science, work in a fun and unique venue, as well as provide learning opportunities for the entire family. The expo included science shows, STEM educators and scientists, hands-on activities, robots, community health supporters, health professionals, community workers, public servants, and much more. This year's partners included ViStar, JTA, and JEA, and you could also find booths for e-gaming and coding that were led by DCPS personnel and Springfield Middle School students. Again, We're joined by various leaders and educators from River City Science Academy. Please help us in recognizing them for their outstanding leadership in hosting this expo. Now to highlight a student and an educator recently recognized by Governor Ron DeSantis and First Lady Casey DeSantis during their Black History Month reception at the Governor's Mansion. We begin with Tage Leathers, a 5th grade student of Richard Lewis Brown Gifted and Academically Talented Academy, one of 6 winners of the Black History Student Essay Competition. Leathers wrote an essay entitled Dr. Nathaniel Glover Jr., Making His Way Through Black History, and you know he's here with us this evening. Her essay highlighted the Jacksonville natives' achievements as the first African-American sheriff elected in Florida since the end of Reconstruction and as former president of Edward Waters College. Winners receive a 2-year Florida College Plan scholarship provided by the Florida Prepaid College Foundation, as well as a $100 gift card for school supplies. Tonight, Leathers is also receiving a Superintendent's Coin of Excellence, and she's also joined by her principal, Christy Kincaid. Please help us congratulate Tage Leathers for this outstanding accomplishment. The Governor and First Lady also announced the winners of the Black History Month Excellence in Education Award. Cleon Edwards of Joseph Stilwell Military Academy of Leadership is one of just 4 winners selected from nominations sent in by principals, teachers, parents or guardians, and students. Described as a role model for her students, Ms. Edwards teaches 8th grade and also leads the military leadership program at her school. To celebrate Black History Month, she encouraged her students to learn about influential or lesser-known African Americans throughout history and to create a poster about them. Excellence and Education Award winners receive a $2,500 prize provided by Volunteer Florida. Ms. Edwards is also receiving a Superintendent's Coin of Excellence, and she's joined by her principal, Roper. Please join us in congratulating Cleon Edwards for outstanding educational excellence. For our final presentation, we recognize 2 Team Duval juniors who have been selected as Sunshine State Scholars. They are Andrew Diaz and Sophia Million, both students at Samuel Wolfson School for Advanced Studies and Leadership. The process in selecting these scholars begins with each school district in the state of Florida nominating their top 11th grade students in the areas of science, technology, engineering, or mathematics. Diaz and Million were selected to represent Florida. Along with their parents, they've been invited to participate in a special program in Orlando next week. This program is designed to bring together scholars from around the state, connecting them with employers specializing in STEM and creating a networking opportunity between the scholars and schools from Florida's college and state university system. They'll also have a chance to meet with the senior chancellor as well as representatives from various colleges and universities in order to discuss higher education opportunities available to them in this state. For this honor, both students are also receiving a Superintendent's Coin of Excellence, and they're joined by their principal, Chris Begley. Please help us congratulate Andrew Diaz and Sophia Million for this honor.
I have it behind you.
This concludes this evening's presentations.
Can we have one more round of applause for all these amazing students and staff? And thank you to all their parents that were here with us this evening. We are going to move on to the approval of the April 4th, 2023 agenda. That the Duval County School Board approve the April 4th, 2023 agenda as submitted on March 28th, 2023 with the following changes. Administration and Business Services, Budget and Financial, Additional Services, Independent Auditing Services, attachment added. Information Technology, Agreement with Syntegex LLC, item pulled for consent with comments, Pearson. IT Hardware Rep, RFP, MTech Incorp., item pulled for discussion, Coker. Operations, Facilities, Project Design, Construction and Maintenance, approved stormwater credits purchase agreement with the City of Jacksonville, pulled for discussion by Board Member Hershey. Board Member Travel, June 7th through the 9th, 2023, Tampa, Florida, Florida School Boards Association, FSBA, Florida Association of District School Superintendents, FADS, Annual Summer Conference, Pearson, item added. I ask for a motion.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Board Member Hershey and a second by Board Member Willie. Any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That item passes with a vote of 7-0. We're now going to move on to the chairman's report. We'll take a second to load that item. So as we start this evening, this board report, the chair's report, we normally do an overview of what we've been working on over the last month and also some of the community activities we participated in. And then we also advertise the upcoming dates that we'll be meeting and be out in the community. This month, though, due to a couple of items that hit the news, we're going to start with an item that I feel like we need to speak to, and that's student safety and well-being of our students. I just want to reiterate to the public and to those that are in attendance here with us this evening, and again, thank you to those that have been here with us, that the safety and well-being of our students continues to remain the top priority of our board. And in light of recent events, I want to make the following statements on behalf of the board. That we are currently cooperating with law enforcement in their current investigation of a former DCPS employee. In a manner that does not impede any active legal investigation, though, our board remains committed to understanding the allegations associated with a former employee of our district and the steps needed to ensure that appropriate safeguards are put in place to protect all students moving forward. Again, we just want to make sure that we put that out there, that student safety, again, and well-being is at the forefront of the work that we do. Additionally, there was an item in the press in regards to a contract that had to do with school safety. Want to make sure that I make the statement that our board remains committed to further dialogue as it relates to the implementation status of contracts associated with school safety. I do want to make sure, because in the media it said that we were going to discuss some of that tonight. One of them will not be discussed tonight. It would be discussed in a board workshop next Tuesday, though, and it is scheduled for that, so I want to make sure I make that statement as well. So we'll move on to the traditional part of the report at this point, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to convey those items to the public. In terms of the focus of the board, we really have tried hard to make sure that the public is aware of academically where we are as a district. You may recall, if you follow our board meetings, we just did a deep dive into reading proficiency, and this past month we did a deep dive into our graduation rate. What you see here is the graduation rate that has occurred over the last 5 years. Our district is incredibly proud of the progress that we have made in regards to the grad rate over about the last 10 to 12 years in particular. Systems have been put in place to best support students. There was a time when truly only one in 3 children in our district did not graduate from Duval County Public Schools, and we are in a much better space than we have been in the past. That being said, we did have a little bit of bump on the road in regards to grad rate. You'll see in 2018, we were at 85.1%. We then went to 86.5%. That's at the bottom, and I'm kind of reading up. I'm going backwards. Then during the COVID years, you will recall, and you'll see that 90.2% and 89.6%. We call that during COVID. You will recall that the governor relaxed all the testing requirements associated with grad rate. Students still had to get the GPA, they still had to get the right credits and those types of things, but again, testing requirements were relaxed. This past year, testing requirements were put back into play, and we did see a little bit of a bump at 85.6%. Want to make sure that as we look at that and we look towards this year, that we're talking about the different support mechanisms that our district is putting in place to help students. And I've kind of put this presentation in two buckets. The first bucket is the support systems that are in place for students who are currently in attendance in Duval County Public Schools. You'll see that there are a number of data-driven items. We have dashboards that actually give real-time data as to where students are in the acquisition of the credit of the items they need to be on-time grads. You'll see that data chats occur with school leaders and principals to make sure, and we literally go through every single child in those sessions to make sure every child has the support they need to be successful. You'll see that in terms of preparation, we don't leave it to the students in terms of prepare on your own for the testing. We do tutoring and we do boot camp support in an effort to make sure that our students are ready for either the FSA tests, if that's what they're taking, or the Algebra 1 EOC. But if they're going to do a concordance score, which is a possibility on the SAT or the ACT, we prepare them accordingly. One of the things I'm most excited about, because it's a change that has occurred in our district, is really truly integrating academic services into all of these initiatives. In the past, academic services was a piece of the puzzle, but not fully integrated, and they are now, which is awesome, working truly in partnership with the Division of Schools and Accountability and Assessment. And I give a kudos to those three divisions for the work that they're doing together. You'll see that we provide a number of assessments to students. Again, you can take the FSA, you can take the EOC, but we also provide opportunities for the ACT and the SAT, and we do that. This board approves contracts that allow students to take those tests free of charge, and there are also waivers that are given that our team distributes to children who are unable to pay for those items themselves. And then you'll see a lot of activity in terms of communication with parents. I will tell you, our superintendent herself does an auto dial out to every single senior to make them aware of what we need to have happen in order to graduate. We also have, though, we have another bucket of students here, and this is the bucket of students, and I'm kind of making an appeal to the community on this. These are the students that are what we call disengaged. Maybe they're not attending school as regularly as we would want. And so if you're out in the community and you're a part of a faith-based partnership or you're a part of a mentoring program, we ask you, if you come across these students, to fully support them and have them re-engage with us. Again, we stick with our data-driven aspects of this work. We know who these children are. Sometimes we have trouble locating them because oftentimes their home life is such that they go from house to house to house, maybe from one friend's house to another. We call that couch surfing sometimes because they don't have a permanent home. We do a number of outreach items in regards to this. We have robocalls that go out, but we also have social workers and truancy officers that support these students as well. And again, I'm going to reiterate, if you're involved in a faith-based organization, a mentoring program, or want to be involved in those types of things, we highly encourage you to become involved with these children. We need your help with them. Dropout prevention models are in place for them. We often work with them in terms of alternative education programs as well. This is a full team support. We don't just give them a waiver and hope they show up on a Saturday for an ACT test. We literally provide transportation for them to get there. When they get to the test, we give them granola bars and pencils and calculators to ensure their success. And so when I say it's just this well-rounded, full support effort, it truly is. And so I just wanted to make sure that I pointed all of this out to the board. And I will say, again, Academic Services Accountability and Division of Schools under the leadership of Dr. Green have done a great job of trying to marshal these items so we can get that grad rate right back up to where it was. That being said, I love this, and if you could go out and communicate this, or if you want to take a picture of this and throw it out there on social media, I highly encourage you to do so. But this is our initiative called The Tassel is Worth the Hassle, and the tassel is worth the hassle. So, and it basically talks about the fact that we have in-school testing dates. Our ACT will be offered on April 18th for those that are non-concordant seniors. That means they have not achieved the test score they need to become an on-time grad. There will be an SAT on April 25th for those same seniors who we need them to get a test score that's equivalent to what the state requires to become an on-time grad. So again, if you can throw that out there and encourage others to throw that out there so our children who are not always as engaged with us or who are struggling to graduate, that they know that that support is there and there are opportunities still to become an on-time grad. So again, the tassel, it's worth the hassle. I want to also, one of the things, if you follow our school board workshops, you know that each month we bring in one of our partners in the nonprofit landscape to talk about the work that they do with our school district. If you've been following us, you also know that workforce development and career and technical education is a huge piece of the puzzle for this board, and we've been leaning in very, very hard with that item. That being said, this past month, we had Michael Raston, who is from ViStar, who has been overseeing their financial literacy and workforce readiness programs with Duval County Public Schools for, I don't know, probably 10 plus years now, maybe. And so he oversees what are called the ViStar Academy of Business High School programs. And these are where students actually become we actually create a small ViStar, literally a ViStar office, bank center on a campus, and the students actually learn to run it. They intern at actual ViStar locations over the summer, and then they come and they run those on our campuses during lunch times at our school grounds. This allows them to actually have both classroom and on-the-job training. The other thing that the children that are involved as student managers and interns do, they actually turn around and go into other classrooms in their school as teachers, along with the teacher of record, of course, to do financial wellness programs so that we're teaching that financial literacy that we know all of our high school children need. We're really proud of the fact that we have one of these locations at Fletcher High School, First Coast High School, Mandarin, Wolfson, and Ribault High Schools as well. To date, kind of a fun item, but to date, these programs have actually garnered about 84 internships at the First Coast program, 132 internships at Ribault. Wilson has done 144 internships. Fletcher has had 72 internships, and Mandarin has had 72 internships. I also want to raise awareness of what's called the Give Back program. If you are interested, you can go to any ViStar location. You can actually select, those are actually debit cards. You can actually get a debit card with the high school's name on it, and the school actually gets a percentage of the amount you spend as part of the Give Back program. You'll see right now that we actually have Ribault in the lead. They've had $1,289 that ViStar has given back to them this past year. So highly encourage, if you're out there and interested in supporting that program, go by a ViStar branch and get one of those debit cards to support our schools. Now we move into what we've been up to aside from our board workshops, and I'm going to start with FSBA Day in the legislature. Vice Chair Pearson has been the head of our legislative efforts this past year, and she has been over to Tallahassee multiple times, been on the phone, done a lot of meetings. Do you want to give a quick update on anything that people should be aware of?
Yes, thank you. As mentioned, I've been to Tallahassee twice during the session so far to meet with other board members and to work with legislators on bills that are moving through the House and the Senate. I wanted to bring one bill in particular to your attention tonight, and I will speak more about this in my for the record comments as the District 3 board member. But now as the legislative liaison, this is what I have to say about HB 733 and SB 1112. The title is Middle School and High School Start Times. It establishes requirements on the start times for middle school no earlier than 8 a.m. and high school no earlier than 8:30 a.m. statewide for public, traditional, magnet, and charter schools. HB 733 has passed all committees in the House. It was approved on the House floor by a vote of 92 to 20. SB 1112 has passed its first committee and still has 2 committees upcoming. And as I said, I'll speak more about this as the board member from District 3 during my for the record comments.
Thank you. And if you have any questions about the legislative process, I will say board member, Vice Chair Pearson's email, you can find it online. And she is all about building alliances to make sure that the students in Duval County get what they need over from Tallahassee. So thank you to her for her leadership. I will also say we also attended the Council of Great City Schools. I had the privilege of attending their board meeting, and Board Member Hershey had the opportunity to attend as well, where we congregated with like districts from across the country. I don't have a picture of Board Member Hershey, but you will see a picture of the Chief of Schools, Scott Snyder, on there. Want to make sure we recognize him this evening. He was chosen for the superintendent's cohort. That's a group that is in training to become superintendents in the future that the Council of Great City Schools has put together. So congratulations to our Chief of Schools, Scott Snyder, for that distinction. Y'all can applaud that, by the way. And I tried to make him smile at me when I got the picture. He was trying to look all impressive and stuff, but anyway. I will say the next item is Senator Aaron Bean's roundtable. Senator Bean has gone to D.C. and gotten busy on behalf of children already, and we are thrilled with the work that he's doing in his, including Duval County Public Schools in his effort. You will see there that Board Member Jones and Vice Chair Pearson were invited to be a part of a roundtable discussion around career and technical education. Senator Bean would like to use some of the work that's happening here in this area of the state as a model for how other districts can do things in the rest of the country. So thank you to him, and if you're out there on social media, let him know Duval County Public Schools appreciates the work that he's doing on behalf of our children. He also just put out an art contest as well that I'm sure you'll hear some about too for our students. Then we had the Consortium of State School Board Association. As board chair, I had the privilege of attending that. And Board Member Willie was actually selected as a presenter in terms of recruitment of minority teachers. Now, everybody knows I love to put a fun picture up on a couple of our board members. So YMC First Coast Games, you'll see Board Member Willie up there. Apparently, his team placed first, so congratulations. I did have video of the live dunk that he did, but I decided, no, I'm kidding. I don't have video of that. But anyway, couldn't resist that. And then April Carney, I was able to do a picture of her with some CTE stuff in a tractor last month, I believe. And this month, she's in a helicopter. But April Carney has gone hard to work as the board member for the Beaches District. Did they let you take the helicopter for a spin or no? No. Unfortunately not. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. And that was Junior Achievement Challenge out at Mayport's base at Mayport that happened. We also had the DCPS School-Related Employee of the Year dinner just about a week ago. Board members Willie, Jones, Hershey, Carney, and Vice Chair Pearson and I had the privilege of attending that event. It was an amazing dinner. A huge shout out to Vicki Schultz, Assistant Superintendent Schultz, and her team for putting that together. I will say, if you look there to the right of the screen, if you see a very proud board member Hershey, she is incredibly proud because the School-Related Employee of the Year, Mrs. Campbell, actually came out of Mandarin High School. So congratulations to Mandarin High School and Principal Bravo for that item. Looking forward for the next month, we're going to try to look forward. There we go. Oh, wait, we went one too many. Spoiler alert, really. Upcoming dates and items of interest. We always in this meeting like to make sure that we put forward when we'll be meeting. Again, these dates and times can always be found on our school board website, but just some things to be aware of. On April 5th, a little later this week, we have a joint DCPS JPEF board meeting. April 11th, we have our board workshop. April 11th, we have a JPEF legislative panel that Vice Chair Pearson is going to be taking the lead on, and thank you to her for representing us on that. April 12th, we have a policy handbook review committee meeting. April 12th, we also have Chaffee Trail Middle School groundbreaking. Really exciting. Again, half penny dollars at work going on in Duval, so we're excited to do that. April 18th, we have an agenda committee meeting and board workshop. I'm happy to announce that I'm a Star will be the nonprofit partner that will be presenting at that. And April 19th, according to the calendar, although this may still be up in the air a little bit, Southside Estates Elementary School groundbreaking as well. So lots of building construction. If Mr. Soares looks tired, it's because he's building schools every day of the week, and we appreciate that. That being said, I am going to conclude on this picture, and you ask why that picture. because every once in a while, I've had the privilege of serving Duval County Public Schools for 30 years as a teacher, a principal, a region soup, assistant soup, all kinds of jobs. But Principal Bravo, who's the principal at Mandarin right now, was an assistant principal with me when I was principal at Landon. And that person right there is Carly Crabtree. Carly Crabtree is currently she was recognized as the School-Related Employee of the Year at Mayport Elementary, but more important than that, she was a student of ours when I was the principal at Landon, and Sarah Bravo was the assistant principal. Always good when you see your former students come back to Duval County Public Schools and be part of our family. So a fun way to end. And with that, I will turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Diana Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wait a second. As Chair Coker said earlier, that we wanted to give a moment of silence for the tragic shooting at Covenant Christian Private School. And every time a tragedy like that happens, I try to continue to remind our community all the things that we are doing to ensure our students and staff are safe on our campuses. And so I'd like to start with a couple of slides reminding our community of many of the things that we have in place. Our families, if you have our app, all of this is on our app with many other things that we have in place. But tonight I want to remind that we remain committed to ensuring that our schools and our employees, students, that they are all safe as they start their day coming into our schools and as they leave for the day on their, whether it's buses, walking, or car riders to go home, as well as after-school activities. We have police officers on every single secondary school campus during the school day. And for some of our high schools that are our really large high schools, we have 2 officers on those campuses. All elementary schools are staffed with either law enforcement or an armed school guardian. One of the things that are different about our school guardians is that they have concealed weapons versus law enforcement where you visibly can see their weapon. We are also are working with Armored One, modifying their videos. It does require a lot of work intensity to modify videos so that they are appropriate for our staff and if we are using any of those videos with students. We ensure that every staff member is fully trained, as well as our students. State statute has changed that at elementary, we have to make sure it is developmentally appropriate, so we do different training for our K through 2 students than we do with our 3 through 5 versus what we do with our middle school and high school students. So the training has to be appropriate for the student population, and so that's why we're very careful to ensure that all videos that are used for training are appropriate. Every staff member has the capability of calling for a lockdown. They have or a perceived threat. Those communications immediately go to law enforcement. We actually have 2 avenues to immediate communicate with law enforcement. We have our decon radios, which our school police, I can hear it in my office from school police to anyone in the school district, as well as what we call an app where they can simply push a button and that information immediately goes to law enforcement. There is an item on the agenda tonight that we are changing that particular device to something that is more robust in our schools for this upcoming school year. We also keep gates and doors on campuses locked. All of our doors are also required to have a covering whenever needed. Most of our classroom doors have a small slither of a glass, and so we have something that will cover that glass in case of a possible threat or active shooter on a campus. All entrances to campuses are controlled, whether that's controlled by video or controlled by a security guard, but all entrances are required to have some form of, whether it is immediately locked or someone is there to be able to observe what's happening. Part of the half-cent sales tax was to ensure that we addressed every single school within the first 3 years of that sales tax, and we are coming on the end of that third year, and so we've had fencing installed, we have had additional vestibules, we've had what they're called ballers. These are things that block if a vehicle is trying to come to enter into any of our schools. Gates that are no longer outdated have been changed. Film on windows, making sure that everything that we possibly can do to continue to keep our schools safe and ensure that whether it is students, staff, or community parents are visiting our schools, that they also know that they are safe. We are continuing our Evolve weapon detection system entered for all of our high schools. Sandalwood is just, I believe, completed with 6 entrances that have to be. Sandalwood is our largest high school. In the past, there probably were at least 9 different ways to get on that campus. We have reduced that number of entrances to ensure that there is support for how students enter that campus. And probably our most challenging campus, Fletcher High School, which is wide open. We ensured this year that we actually added security guards to ensure that every single entrance to that school was covered. So we will continue as a school district and this board continue to constantly go over our safety procedures and our safety measures to ensure, again, that this is one of the priorities when I first arrived in Duval, and it will always remain a priority, whether you're talking to a school board member or at the district level, to ensure that we are keeping our students as safe as possible. Coming up for our students is to them, they're thinking it's towards the end of the school year. For us, it's towards the end of the school year, but it's called testing season. This is the summative assessment season for our students. We have assessments in reading, math, science, civics, biology, U.S. history, algebra 1, and geometry. What you see is the length of time, the session minutes. The asterisk represents the minimum session length. Students can test up to 1 school day. Schools have flexibility when they schedule their test. That's why it's a window. So for reading, you'll see for kindergarten, that window is from May 1st all the way to June 2nd. For 1-2, same window. For 3rd grade, this is a very important grade level because students could be retained in 3rd grade, and so they have the earliest test window so that we can get their data back to, one, ensure do we have a portfolio for those students who may have scored a level 1 on the new assessment called FAST, or do they need to take a second assessment or possibly come to summer school. So that window is shorter than the other windows, so it's May 1st to May 12th. And as you see from 4th through 10th, it's May 1st to June 2nd. Same thing for math. You'll see the testing windows. You'll see the minimum minutes for testing sessions. The CAP, graduation requirement, as Dr. Coker talked about, oh goodness, hassle and the tassel. It was something.
The tassel's worth the hassle.
The tassel is worth the hassle. Reading is one of those. They can take a reading test again for seniors, or they can do the in-school testing or out-of-school testing for ACT, SAT. As you can see, for courses that 30% of their test counts for their final grade, it is their sort of end of course exam. You'll see for civics, biology, and U.S. history, that those assessments count for 30% of their grade. Algebra 1, and you'll see the CAP, that is a high school graduation requirement. Students must pass the Algebra 1 assessment or get a concordance score on ACT and SAT. The STAR of a kindergarten, that assessment is actually for only students scoring at 852 on the early STAR literacy. Those are the only students who have to take that assessment during that window. So a lot of dates, and as stated, because schools do have the flexibility, it's important to check with your child's school when their testing dates are. Also, when you know those dates, it's very important for students to get a good night's sleep. Don't forget to eat breakfast, but since we offer breakfast at all of our schools, if they don't get it at home, make sure that they get it at school. We encourage students to wear comfortable clothing within dress code. That goes for all students in elementary, middle, and high, and arrive to school on time. Give yourself some extra minutes. It's very important that when you come, and we know that's the day that they're supposed to be testing, many of the schools have pencils and all those things that are needed by the students, but we just need the students to be there on time. A couple of things that have happened over the last month. Dr. Coker mentioned about the Junior Achievement Stock Market Challenge. We went out to TIA Bank Field and was so impressed with how Junior Achievement had that stock market environment look like the real stock market. And it started with the bell, and as the students said, they had to trade over 45 days. They all were given $1 million to start with. Interesting thing, I'm sorry, 45 days was the school program. 60 days was this final challenge, and I'm anxious to find out how much money they had left after 60 days. But the students were so engaged. We had students from Fletcher High School, Raines High School, and Inglewood High School, and Bartram Trails from St. Johns County. These were the top schools out of the challenge that was done with several other high schools, but these were the top performing schools. Also, something lots of parents want to know about: when will the school choice information be coming out? Yesterday, the magnet lottery ran and was processed. Today and into this evening, parent notification goes out for magnet lottery only. All other choice program notifications will go out on or before April 15th. Now, Dr. Coker shared a picture of board member Willie. He wasn't the only player on the team, so he did have help. I was so told he only made 2 points, but I don't know if that was true. But this is something we do in the district. It's our district intramural sports. We have partnered with First Coast Games, and so I believe was the championship against Publix or Boys and Girls Club? I've kind of forgotten. Who did you all play?
Who did we play? No.
JTA?
I don't remember. We won so much.
Well, at the championship, which is basketball, we participate in other sports as well. So if any DCBS employees want to participate in our intramural sports program, please reach out to Adeline Herring, Employee Wellness Coordinator at wellness@duvalschools.org. Maybe when board member Joyce's knee is healed and my hip is healed, we'll go play something. I'll probably do nothing but cheer. But yeah. So I want to close on 2 really neat things that happened last month. I want to read a quick letter that I received from Kayla, who's in Miss Wynn's first grade class at Greenfield Elementary. It says, "Dear Dr. Green, my name is Kayla, and I'm in Miss Wynn's first grade class at Greenfield Elementary. This year, I learned how to unpack the benchmark. For example, ELA standards, which stands for English Language Arts. ELA 1.R.2 6.1 is a standard that is about text features, including titles, headings, captions, graphs, maps, and illustrations to demonstrate an understanding of the text. That's only first grade. Next year, I will learn how to expand text features in second grade. I just wanted you to know what I have been learning this year. Yeah. The second one is, this is Biscayne Elementary School. And I don't know how many people have seen it, but over almost 2 million people around the world has seen this video. And I just thought it was just so adorable that we needed to show it to in my report. Oh.
Harley, it's up to you. All right, parents, we made a bet. If Harley gets this right, then we can have free time. If she don't, then we still working. Harley, what answer did you write down?
There's someone crying.
Now, mind you, parents, these are tears of joy.
That's too much stress.
I think we can give applause to that. No question, no question that's joy in learning, no doubt. They're ready for the Oscars later in life. I'm confident of that too. That being said, we will move on to designated committee reports, which include Sales Surtax Oversight Committee, Audit Oversight Committee, School Health Advisory Committee, and District Arts Committee. I believe, I'm hopeful, Hank Rogers for the Sales Surtax Oversight Committee. Is he here with us this evening? If he walks in right now, that is an entrance, my friend. That is an entrance. We welcome Hank Rogers, who has served as a leader of our Sales Surtax Oversight Committee, to come and give the report at this time. Thank you for being with us and for your service to our district.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Green, Chairwoman Dr. Coker, Vice Chair, Chairwoman Pearson, and the Honorable School Board members. Thank you for the opportunity to report on the work of the Sales Surtax Oversight Committee as per Board Policy 9.66. It is indeed good to be with you all tonight. Well, February marked 2 years since the formation of the committee. It is indeed our honor to serve and to do this very important work that you have tasked us with. As you are aware, the purpose of the Sales Surtax Oversight Committee is to review, monitor, and make recommendations for consideration to you, the board, and the superintendent, and inform the public on planning, progress, implementation of the projects funded. Well, since my last report in October, the committee has met on 2 separate occasions, November the 16th, 2022, and February the 15th, 2023. We continue to work very closely with the district staff to ensure committee members are provided with project status, updates, the departmental updates, reviews, the review of the master facility plan, finances, including the amount of revenues generated and received by the Sales Surtax. As a reminder to the community, the district has committed safety and security measures at all schools in the first 3 years of implementation of this plan. Last year, 42 schools. This year, 46 schools, and the remainder next year. More than $77 million has been committed and can be measured and tracked within the district's project dashboard on a half-penny sales tax. We are indeed pleased the district is on track to meet its 3-year goal. We encourage the public to search schools to see the status of each project and the amount allocated. We have had a change in the committee's leadership as our vice chair, Mr. Nate Day, announced his resignation at our November meeting. The committee recognized and thanked Mr. Day for his service and dedication over the last 2 years. The committee held elections for vice chair and made a unanimous vote for Ms. Monique Tooks to serve. We have also experienced a change in our members. At our February meeting, Ms. Alberta Hips, board member appointee for District 6, announced her resignation. The committee recognized her and thanked her for her service as well over the last 2 years. The committee also welcomed 2 new board members, Jesse Spradley of the Northeast Florida Builders Association and Annette Vining of the Northeast Florida Realtors Association. We look forward to their work. A focus of the committee was the review and discussion of the board policy 9.66, the sales surtax, which included terms of the meeting, frequency, and attendance requirements that were approved at your October 10th, 2022 regular school board meeting. The committee also discussed the charter schools dashboard as well. The committee also discussed and provided recommendations to be included in the upcoming annual report. The committee's first annual report was published in February of 2022 and outlined the goals of the sales surtax funds regarding the master facility plan and included recommendations to the board requesting more transparency to the community, while updates included facilities, constructions, and financial reports. There was still a need for more accessibility to project developments and progress reports. The committee was very pleased with the school boards and the district implementation of those recommendations. I am looking forward to joining you all for our second annual report at your June board workshop. Our next meeting of the Sales Surtax Committee is Wednesday, May 17th at 10 a.m. and will be held at the Schultz Center for Teaching and Leadership. We look forward to celebrating our outworn committee members and welcoming our new members at the next meeting. All of our meetings are open to the public, and we encourage the community to attend and provide their input during public comment portion. Again, we encourage all members of the public to visit Duval County schools.org/halfpenny in order to access the committee's updates. Madam Chair, board members, thank you so much for the opportunity to report. I do look forward again to seeing you all at your June board workshop as we report out on our annual report. Madam Chair, I yield back to you.
Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for the community service offered by this gentleman? Mr. Rogers, thank you for your leadership. I know Mrs. Thompson's planning some special stuff coming up and all that kind of good stuff, but in the interim, we just appreciate your service to our children and our community. Having gotten this committee off the ground, there was not a committee that existed prior to you all, and now there is a well-functioning, high-functioning committee that's overseeing the incredible generosity of the taxpayer dollars and taxpayers in our community. So thank you for your stewardship. We are grateful, and we look forward to being with you again at the next meeting. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for your service and your support of our work.
All right. Have a good evening. All right, it is now time to move on to public comments. And normally we move right into public comments, but in light of some items, we're going to do a little bit of a detour. As a point of order, as the chairwoman and in light of recent events involving a former DCPS employee, I have coordinated with the Office of General Counsel to speak to the public as to how the specifics around employee investigations are conducted within our school district. This is being done to ensure transparency with the public who may actually be here to speak on this item this evening, while also making certain that we as a board do not in any way impede an active criminal investigation so that we can ensure that justice is served. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ray Poole with the Office of General Counsel to speak to the specifics and inform the public of where we are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's with a somber heart that I address this tonight. But I know something that this board wanted to be addressed. And I begin by saying that since there is, as you know, as you've heard and will hear, there's an ongoing investigation into the events at Douglas Anderson and the teacher involved, and we won't mention names, but so we have to be circumspect in what we say, because we certainly don't want to do anything that's going to be viewed as possibly impeding an investigation or somehow tainting the investigation. So keep that in mind, if you will. I do want to provide assurance that, number one, this board is quite concerned about this. I've had numerous conversations with multiple board members about this. And just for the public's knowledge, I'm board certified in labor and employment law as well as in education law. And so I cut my teeth in education field and private practice by representing numerous school districts when it comes to personnel discipline. So this is something, unfortunately, I've dealt with a lot over the last 20 years. I also wanted to inform everyone that the administration is also very concerned about this. I've been involved, without revealing content of communications, been involved in numerous calls, multiple meetings with administration concerning this and the best way to handle it. So what I would like to say is, if I were a member of the public and I weren't in this chair, well, what's been done? So number one, what's happened is a report has been made to the Florida Department of Education, the Office of Professional Practices, about this individual. And so let me explain what that means. Teachers in Florida have certificates, just like attorneys are licensed. Teachers are certificated by the Florida Department of Education. And if a teacher engages in misconduct or is accused of engaging in misconduct, then the Department of Education Office of Professional Practices can then investigate that matter to determine what, if any, punishment should be imposed. That can include as much as going as far as revoking somebody's license, and it can be a permanent revocation. So that's number one, and that's the significance of that report. The second thing that's been done is a report has been made to the Florida Commission on Ethics. Here is the significance of that. Every teacher employed in a public school district in Florida is a member of the Florida retirement system. I used to be in the Attorney General's office. I was an FRS member or participant. So all the teachers are FRS participants. If, by statute, if an FRS member has engaged in certain conduct, criminal misconduct, there is a possibility that the Florida Division of Retirement, which is overseen by the Department of Management Services in Tallahassee, they can put a hold on that person's retirement benefits. And possibly there's a revocation. They have a right to a hearing, but at any rate, that's a possibility. The first step is to notify the Florida Commission on Ethics so that they can then take a look at things and determine whether, in their judgment, the Division of Retirement should be notified about this to consider whether or not retirement benefits would be revoked. That report's been made. As far as what is currently being done, as we've all heard, there is an ongoing investigation. I think and so that everyone knows, this individual, a notification was made to this individual of an intent to recommend termination. And then that individual then retired. And so procedurally, because it's complicated, it's something that in private practice and in the private sector, you don't really deal with this. If you work for, Belk's and somebody wants to fire you, they just say you're done. With a school district, a teacher has two avenues. They can seek an administrative hearing, or they can go to arbitration if they think that they've been terminated without just cause. So typically what you do is you investigate if you think somebody's done something wrong. You investigate it fully, and then after you've investigated and you've lined up all your ducks, you got your evidence, then a notification is made to the employee, I intend to recommend to the board that you be terminated. And procedurally, the superintendent by law does not have the authority. I'm sure most people would think, well, it's a superintendent. Superintendent doesn't have the authority to fire an employee. By law, what she can do is make a recommendation. And then the board makes the decision as the employer. So typically, in the typical scenario, you finish up your investigation, so you've got all your facts lined up. Then you make a decision, am I going to recommend a termination? Then you make the recommendation, and then at the next board meeting, the board acts. Well, what happened here is a notification of intent to terminate was made. This employee retired. Consequently, there was nothing tonight before the board to be able to do other than report it to the Commission on Ethics, report it to the Office of Professional Standards, and to continue the investigation. And the last thing I would say is, if there's anyone here who knows something, and I'm sure you've all read about this or heard about it on the news, and you know what I'm talking about. If you have any information that you think would assist us, Chief Burton is here tonight, along with investigators who are here, who would very much welcome the opportunity to speak with you to get information.
And thank you. Again, in light of the scenario, we felt that it was important that Office of General Counsel give an overview of where we are in the process. The public certainly deserves that. We are now going to move on to our public comments. We are now on the first public comment portion of our agenda. The school board welcomes your comments on matters that are before the board for consideration. It is not the board's intent to respond this evening, but to use the input in our deliberations. To give everyone appropriate respect and courtesy, we ask the audience to refrain from audible comments or applause. When you come to the microphone, please state your name for the record. The board will allocate time for speaker comment periods based on the number of speakers who have filled out a speaker card prior to the designated time. If 1 to 20 speakers have signed up to speak, each will be allotted 3 minutes. If 21 to 40 speakers have signed up to speak, each will be allotted 2 minutes. And if 41 or more speakers have signed up to speak, each will be allotted 1 minute. This evening, we have 34 speakers, so each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to speak. In addition to that, we have 39 people who waived their speaking, but we will still read their information for the record as well. When the green light in front of me starts blinking, you will have a minute remaining. When the light turns yellow, you will have 30 seconds remaining. When it turns red and the buzzer sounds, your time will be up. If your concerns exceed that time, you may present written comments to the board. Board policy provides for an orderly and efficient meeting without disruption by words or actions. You are asked to refrain from references, and I want to reiterate this because there is an ongoing investigation. You are asked to refrain from references to specific individuals and to follow expectations for civil discourse. In an effort to mitigate against the spread of COVID-19, we have placed hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes at the podium. We ask that each speaker wipe down the microphone and the podium before they address the board. Please remember that speaker cards were only accepted up until 6:20 p.m. And as always, we thank you for your time in addressing this board. I will tell you that this board listens dutifully to everything that is said, and we appreciate the information that you share with us. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Pearson to get us started.
Thank you. I'll call 3 names. The first name is at the podium, the second name is waiting, and the third name is second in line behind that person. And I will continue to call names filling from the number 3 spot. First name is Melissa Bernhardt. Second name is Kathleen Pereira. Third name is Tiffany Wells.
My name is Melissa Bernhardt with Citizens Defending Freedom Duval. On March 29th, the District Material Review Committee for 5th grade voted 8-0 in favor of the following. The recommendation is to retain the reproductive health and disease prevention for the 5th grade and introduce material in a developmentally age and appropriate progression starting at the 3rd grade. The purpose of this meeting was to review instructional material that a parent or a resident requested for reconsideration. At this point, a member said, Page 18 discusses gender and sexuality in society. Heather Albritton, the director
no
of...
names, please.
I'm sorry,
Again, by board policy, if you can refrain from specific names, you can say district administrator.
I misread policy then. I thought the
It's
policy
okay.
allowed... I'm sorry, can I get my time back?
Absolutely.
Okay, can I use her title?
Again, district, if you could stay with district administrator, please.
Okay. The Director of Health and Physical Education clarified that page 18 was never a part of the instructional material to be used and quoted state statutes. A member questioned about the age of menstruation taught in school. This same administrator said, quote, as of now, so I mentioned that we would like to move it down, but that is, as of now, what we're trying to do is approve it for 5th grade. Your recommendations as a committee, whatever findings you come forth and bring to Ms. Academic Chief Operating Advisor, this is the direction of the curriculum the team will go. But outside of whatever recommendations you make to the Chief Academic Advisor is marching orders that we will take. So during this meeting, they discussed lowering the age to kindergarten, 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds, and they continue to discuss it. I think that there is a problem with the person that's in charge of selecting this curriculum, sharing it with the board votes on it, and now it's being challenged, and that same person gets to vote on it and be a part of the committee. I think that's a conflict of interest. She heavily weighed in on the conversation, and so instead of them discussing the gender piece that was challenged, they added in a recommendation to lower it to 3rd grade, and they also discussed that boys and girls were going to be possibly in the same classroom discussing menstruation at 8 and 9.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
Kathleen Pereira. And next person up is Carlos Diaz Pereira.
My name is Kathleen Pereira. No dubious survey or study can refute common sense when it comes to sex in children. That is, pre-puberty children won't become interested or obsessed with sex unless it's pushed into their faces. In fact, that is true of any subject. Do you think that children are born knowing correct English, math, or science unless they are made to learn? Instead, natural children would rather fritter their time playing, fantasizing, or exploring their environment on their own terms rather than learn the truths about the world around them. They should not expect adults to ready them for the world prematurely, and not especially when it comes to a mature subject like sex. Such education can easily be covered during one lesson of biology class, which is one of the critical tests. And not sex education is not a critical test. And if sex education is so innocent, why wasn't the committee meeting about the sex education curriculum properly noticed? Clandestine antics such as this is the modus operandi of those who want only nefarious things for our children. We need to slam that Pandora's box shut. We will only see more of the same destructive consequences that confuses our children instead of protecting their innocence and wisely guiding them into responsible adults. If schools were to reinforce self-respect, love of neighbor, self-control, especially among the teachers, and who won't be like that accused music teacher, then we will begin to see the end of rampant mental illness, hate, and all kinds of violence among our kids. Eliminating CRT and radical sexual education are a couple of the many tools to do this. Referring mentally ill students to professionals is another. Let's get moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tiffany Wells, and next in line is Ginger Peacock Preston.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Wells. Address is on file. I am a proud graduate of John Reebald High School, class of 2002. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Sociology from Jacksonville University, a Master's in Human Services with a concentration in Social and Community Services, a PhD in Multidisciplinary Studies. Most importantly, I am a mother of an 8th grader, a soon-to-be kindergartner, and a 24-year-old son who graduated from Darnell Cookman in 2018. I had this child in particular in the 9th grade. I was 15 years old. I went into labor in my bedroom. No one knew I was pregnant until the day I had my son. Raised by my grandparents who were married, much of what I have learned, should have learned at home, according to the comments that I hear often, I did not. I recall my grandfather at the hospital walking down the hallway saying, "Babies having babies. Didn't she learn about the birds and the bees in school? Was anybody there to help her?" Well, there wasn't, and I didn't. Although I may be modestly educated, I am still uncomfortable as a parent having to talk with my son. Therefore, I place my confidence in the district and the services that we provide. DCPS slogan is every student, every day. Removing funding and services would be doing the exact opposite. If the funding that the CDC- grant provides the district only helps one child and we decline that funding, then the slogan should be changed to some students every day. I can only imagine the pressure our superintendent is under daily. Her task is great. She leads the charge in the future of over 100,000 students and needing to be mindful of even one. Their success will be a part of her legacy. Their failures will be collective as a board if you decline funding. We know that equality does not exist for all. That is why we develop equity for those at a disadvantage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, no audible responses, no applause. Folks, we have had a great few months. We appreciate civil discourse in this room. We want to hear the comments, and we know that there are personal beliefs in the room, but we ask that you please make it so that the members on this dais can hear every word that is said. And again, we appreciate your cooperation with that.
Next in line is Robert Stafford. Mr. Pereira.
My name is Carlos Pereira. The great 16th century Italian educator of women and Catholic saint, Saint Angela Merici, was fond of quoting the aphorism, "Satan never sleeps." She did her best to stay awake. Alas, the side of the angels in the battle for the minds and souls of Jacksonville's children has not been as awake as Saint Angela was in her day, and the sex ed mavens took advantage. There is something truly satanic about the recent backdoor attempt to supersede the moral and prudential teaching of parents regarding sexual development, for third graders even. Hey, sex ed teacher, leave them kids alone definitively. And by the way, in response to an earlier speaker, in 1962, the illegitimacy rate in this country was 5%. There was no overall pattern of sex ed in the schools. Now we have sex ed coming out of our ears, and 40% of all pregnancies that go to term are illegitimate pregnancies. By illegitimacy, of course, I mean they involve non-married parents. And that doesn't even take into account all of the abortions. About 20% of all conceptions wind up in abortion. And that's where we are after all this sex ed. So take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line is Ben Ebner Winkler.
Hi, I'm Ginger Peacock Preston, and I'm really glad to be able to speak to you all this evening. Let me be really clear. I love DCPS. I love the schools. I appreciate what you all do every day. I'm a little bit prejudiced. I have 3 kids, all graduated from the system, one from Inglewood, one from Paxson, and one from DA. Proud of all of them, and they're doing great things. I am here this evening with my colleague and friend, Walter Barrett, and we go to Southside Christian Church, Disciples of Christ. We have a faith-based partnership with Parkwood Heights Elementary. We're a very small congregation, and at some point during COVID, we kind of realized we either needed to get out and do something for somebody else, or we were going to be even a smaller congregation. So we reached out. Can I say the name of the principal?
You can say the principal of a school, but
Okay.
not the name, but thank you for clarifying ahead of time.
Okay, thank you. So we reached out to Mr. Price, and he immediately,
Principal and the name of the school.
oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't say Price?
But I'll give you 15 seconds back.
Okay, thank you. Okay. To the principal at Parkwood Heights Elementary, sorry. Okay. And told him that we were very small in number, but we were mighty in willingness and faith. Our team then met with the principal and the vice principal of Parkwood Heights and started to identify ways that we could help and support the school. Currently, we provide jackets in cold weather, new jackets, bulletin boards. We've done bulletin boards, donuts for staff. We have rewards for their quarterly testing, and later this week, we're going to have a math extravaganza where they will hunt eggs that have math problems in them, and they have to solve the math problem. It's fun, and when we're on campus, we get lots of hugs and lots of thank yous. We have one simple goal, and that is to show these kids and the staff that they are loved. So thank you.
Thank you. The next person in line is Jack Leon. Or it could be Lem. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Robert Stafford. I'd like to start by recognizing the efforts of the Assistant Superintendent for Operations to be responsive and accessible. And I know for a fact that Assistant Op has gone through personally seeing to resolve discrepancies at Rains High School. You know, I've called on occasions for something as simple as mowing, and it's done. I take pictures, I post to Facebook, and all of the accomplishments, all of the activities, all of the positive things Rains alumni have been made aware of. The surtax dashboard needs to be updated in a timely manner. As a matter of fact, it was updated yesterday. It's reconciled yesterday at about 11 a.m., but it still shows that it was last recognized in February. You know, I'm on the dashboard constantly. I saw it upgrade. It was populated with information from Inglewood Elementary School at about 11:30 yesterday. Quarterly reports. We need more access to quarterly reports. The last 3 quarterly reports aren't out there. There's a huge discrepancy with the calculation with Rutledge Elementary School with the last quarterly report. I'd like to provide that and some information regarding a table in the SIP that doesn't contain 2 schools and totals associated therewith, if I may.
Mr. Poole can take that. Thank you. Next in line is Shyla Jenkins.
Hi, I'm Ben Ebner Winkler. I am a student at Douglas Anderson currently. I understand that I can't say the former teacher's name.
You can refer to a teacher in a school, not the name,
Okay,
just
former vocal
teacher.
teacher of Douglas Anderson. I understand that there are due processes that need to be taken, and that, as you guys have said, the entire system is working on it. The right proper authorities have been alerted. The things have been filed. I understand that all of that has happened. What I don't understand is how come over 20 years of this man receiving complaints, not just from students, not isolated incidents, but parents, alumni, graduating years later and coming back with complaints, even former teachers who have worked with this man. How, after that level of issues against a person, how does no one step up and say, maybe the processes that we've been trying so far just aren't working? Maybe the authorities we've been filing it to just aren't doing anything. And I really don't appreciate how it seems like the entire district, the entire administration, the entire system in place always did the most minimal amount of work possible. And that really frustrates me, especially considering I am a part of the vocal department. These people that you guys talk about as the unnamed victims in the scenario are my friends that I see every day. So pardon me if I really don't care about the proper methods of getting a problem like this resolved. Because when I see people who have the contacts and have the influence to be advocating so much more for 20 years of grievances, accusations against a man that, from first-hand experience, I know that this year has been a terrible person to his students. When I see people like that not using their power, that makes me and so many other people furious. You are not the accomplices here. But when there are so many warnings that rise up, so many red flags, then everyone should be held accountable for ignoring them.
Thank you. Next in line is Austin Minyard.
Good evening, my name is Jack Leon. I am a current teacher in DCPS, a former teacher and alumnus of Douglas Anderson. I've learned that teaching can be a lot like a bad marriage. While things aren't always good and healthy, you stay in it because you know the kids need you. That was the case during my tenure at Douglas Anderson. I was hired as the co-chair of the vocal department in 2020. My principal tasked me with changing the toxic culture in the vocal department. I was met with opposition at every turn by my former colleague, who is currently under investigation. He exploited me and used his personal preferences and his expertise at his job as a weapon against me because I tried to put students first. He belittled me and berated me constantly, and even with having conversations with administration, I was told that's just who he is, or was encouraged just to ignore him. At the end of a very tumultuous school year, I was called into a meeting with my principal and informed that I would not be reappointed. I didn't have a bad evaluation. I didn't have any progressive discipline. It was because of him. Last week, I met with the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources to understand the appeal process to have that non-renewal reconsidered. It's a shame that in a district this size, there is not a formal process and procedure for things like this to be considered. I am asking this board and the superintendent to consider appealing my non-renewal and remove it from my personnel record, considering the former principal has separated from the district and my former colleague who pushed for this is now no longer with the district as well. DCPS and this board can consider making one of the many wrongs right. I'll end by telling you that I'm happy. I got remarried to the district, and it's been great. I'm thankful for my current principal, faculty, and students I have the privilege to serve. It's the only place I want to be, but given the circumstances, having a fair appeal seems right.
Thank you. The next person in line is Kathleen Murray.
Good evening. My name is Shyla Jenkins, and I'm a proud product of the Duval County Public School System and alumni of Douglas Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bigger issue here than just one vocal director's arrest. This is a toxic culture that has been allowed for decades to go unchecked. DA is a wonderful school, and we want to keep that safe haven for these children who are artistic and the community of peers intact. But to be honest, directors, teachers in the arts have used their powers in the past to abuse. I have letters from alumni that I'd like to present and give to Mr. Poole and his team in order to give a better understanding of the history and culture that is there. DA is the district's most talented gifted art school because it is the only art school in Jacksonville where, again, children can find peers to connect with. Decades of letters, parents, teachers, former administrators have come forward and said there was a problem, and they were met with dismissals and silence for years. There is no way to put into words how disappointing the alumni feel that this problem was not dealt with many years before, as he was under investigation for prior improprieties with students. We are asking the board to appoint an independent task force, someone or a group of people who do not have any sort of connection to the school, both employment-wise, financially, or anything like that. As the school has a private foundation, we would also like to see what, if any, lines were blurred in keeping this information and students suppressed for many years. We appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. The next person in line is Amanda Regal.
If I may. Thank you. Douglas Anderson is a school which has had brilliant students from all backgrounds walk its halls, and which has been a safe haven over the years for many students who are outcasts, who are disenfranchised, who are underserved. I say that as a proud 2007 graduate of Douglas Anderson, who put myself through law school, who passed the Florida bar, who passed the New York bar, and then cut my teeth prosecuting and defending in the area of criminal law for years. As a lawyer, I strongly believe in the presumption of innocence. Our Constitution affords this important right to everyone. It is a core tenet of American jurisprudence. However, if the allegations in this case against the defendant are true, there is not just one victim. There cannot be. To believe the defendant only abused the victim in this pending case is to believe that all of these people that you've heard from and that you're going to read are either forgetful or deceitful. I believe them because the defendant wasn't the only one. My high school English teacher had inappropriate relations with a student, and she's now a registered sex offender. I had another teacher at Douglas Anderson early on who would frequently comment on how my girlfriend at the time was so beautiful and so well-developed, as he liked to call it, while pointing at his chest. He said the same things to her face. She reported him at least once. Nothing happened. He went to another school district, abused a student, and guess what? He's now a registered sex offender too. These issues do occur at other schools, not just Douglas Anderson or this school district, but as it pertains to the current case, there aren't many schools in many districts where there are complaints spreading out over such a long period of time for one individual that apparently go unheard, and an individual who had been reprimanded for different improper behavior during his employment, which lasted for 2 decades, an individual who is alleged to have done something so bad that if he went to prison, most prisoners would say, I don't want to share a cell with that guy. So going forward, I want you to understand that this may have happened because of the actions of one man, but it also happened because of the inaction of many people. So as you do your investigation, I ask that what you do going forward is for one purpose, the betterment of the students at Douglas Anderson, not their detriment and not their punishment.
Thank you.
Again,
No,
please.
The next person in line is Rihanna
Lower this one.
Polhammer.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Murray, Executive Director for the Duval Chapter of Citizens Defending Freedom. Tonight, we would like to address what appears to be an intentional effort to exclude the community from the challenge to the proposed 5th grade health curriculum. First, it is highly suspicious that although there is a plethora of options to get information out to parents and the community, the call for volunteers for the review committee, we are told, was only posted on the landing page for DCPS. It appears to be an attempt to satisfy the bare minimum requirement for public notice. And yet we are told that 500 volunteers responded. We have asked and are still waiting to learn exactly when was the notice posted and for how long. It is hard to see this process as being anything but an intentional means of filling the committee seats with volunteers who already agreed with the curriculum selection and were likely notified through other progressive media outlets. This so-called open selection process left those who disagreed with the positions of the Director of Health and PE to sit on the sidelines to observe, and observe we did. CDF Education Division Leader Melissa Bernhardt was in attendance at the meeting held for the select volunteers. This meeting was recorded, and as such, we raised these additional concerns. 1, the purpose of the committee was meant to review the challenge to page 18 of the 5th grade health curriculum. Yet that challenge was not read nor discussed. 2, what was discussed was the recommendation to begin teaching reproductive health as early as 3rd grade. 3, the fact that the Director of Health and Physical Education was both the person who selected the curriculum as well as the person both overseeing and voting on the challenge to that curriculum is a clear conflict of interest. While we can understand why the director would oversee this committee, Duval CDF respectfully asks that she be removed as a voting member. There is already enough division in our country. Citizens Defending Freedom would sincerely like to work with the board in solving the many problems that come our way, rather than sit on the sidelines complaining after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person in line is Mandy Rubin.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Regal. I'm a mom of 4 DCPS students in District 2 in Neptune Beach. I was a DCPS ELA teacher for 8 years. I have my master's degree in education from UF with a concentration in multicultural children's literature. I'm here tonight to speak about the value of diversity in literature again and request more Essential Voices books. Tonight I want to reference a powerful framework I studied and applied when selecting diverse text for my 3rd grade classroom and also in our home for my young sons. It's a concept known as mirrors, windows, and sliding glass doors by Dr. Rudine Sims Bishop, a scholar and professor widely referred to as the mother of multicultural children's literature. Dr. Bishop states, books are mirrors when readers see their own lives reflected in the text. Books are windows when they allow readers a view of lives and stories that are different from their own. Books become sliding glass doors when readers feel transported into the world of the story and when they feel empathy for the characters. Knowing the benefits of Dr. Bishop's framework, how is it that all it takes is one extremist parent crying parental rights to remove a book from a classroom library? Seeing your culture reflected in literature motivates a learner and lets them envision their place in the world. So when BIPOC students or LGBTQ students only read books that are windows and white students only read books that are mirrors, all of these students are seeing an inaccurate representation of the world. White students also have fewer opportunities to learn or empathize with others who are different than themselves. Duval County is diverse, and students should be allowed to experience that diversity in the pages of their books. This is how our kids grow, and you are banning critical thinking. It's not just about books. You're banning critical thinking, you're banning empathy skills, you're banning Black and brown joy, you're banning LGBTQ voices, you're not providing opportunities for anti-racism or allyship. All of these things are out the window when you allow moms for bigotry to hijack and dictate what students can learn. Thank you.
Let's all choose to be respectful of others as we make our comments. The next person up is Gamble Scott, or in line is Gamble Scott.
Hi, my name is Rihanna. I'm a graduate of GA, class of 2010, and I was a vocal student, and I'm here to share my story. When I was in 10th grade at the age of 15, I went to my teacher for help. I have scoliosis, and because of that, I have difficulty getting a full deep breath without discomfort. I went to him during a class where we were watching an opera that day. We were alone in his office. He was between me and the door and closed the blinds and door for privacy. As I was telling him what I was dealing with and asking for help, he stopped to tell me how attractive I had become over the last year. I knew then that he wouldn't help me. I felt very alone. I stopped caring about singing that day. From then, my demeanor changed. I was uncomfortable around him and did my best to avoid him. Because I didn't play his game and let him hurt me any further, I never made it past the lower level choirs. I never told anyone because I didn't think I'd be believed. He had more power than I did. This man isn't the only teacher at the school who has been inappropriate with students. There are many. He was reported for years and no one did anything to protect us. We were failed. It's unfortunate and things need to change so that children are actually protected. Thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you. The next person in line is Jennifer Cowart, MD.
Do I start now?
You're good.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Mandy Rubin, and I am a DCPS parent. I'm speaking tonight to express my concern that we have not yet reinstated Year 6 of the CDC grant. This grant would provide important and needed funds to our district, by continuing to support the actual health and safety of our teens. Instead, we're willing to say goodbye to that funding due to the misinformation being spread by a vocal minority of fearmongers who say that somehow asking questions about teens' health and sexual behaviors, opt-in questions, by the way, are not only inappropriate for middle and high schoolers, but also put them at risk of being groomed, when in actuality it would give them some tools to protect themselves. It's shocking to me that there is more concern about protecting our kids from answering questions about their own lived experiences than protecting them from gun violence. It's shocking that we are willing to traumatize our kids with active shooter drills while the governor signs permitless carry into law. That it somehow is acceptable for our kids to risk their lives at school due to our lax gun laws, but we can't fathom asking if they had ever experienced rape. That is real harm. Information is power. Knowledge is power. Yet Florida is suppressing information via racist and bigoted book bans. Florida is dismissing the power of knowledge by refusing to let data guide our health and education decisions for our kids in schools. When we prioritize gun control, prioritize restoring access to books, prioritize comprehensive sex education, then we can say that we are actually committed to protecting our kids by empowering them. To empower them to do all these things, we need funds. Please reinstate year 6 of the CDC grant now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next person in line is Justin Kugler.
Hi, Gamble Scott. I am extremely disappointed in the school board, the district, and the Department of Education for withdrawing participation in the YRBS. We are losing valuable funding that provides mental and physical health resources and services for our kids. The funding supports students without insurance, food for hungry kids, and housing and support for our homeless student population. Rejecting the current funding because of misinformation and hysteria puts the health of Duval students at risk. These cowardly decisions appeasing a vocal minority will have harmful, lasting effects on the students who need help the most. Parents who don't want their kids to participate in the survey may simply opt out. Now, some of our most vulnerable student population will suffer because of a campaign fueled by misinformation and ignorance against the YRBS. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person in line is Leela Owens.
Dr. Jennifer Cowart, thank you. I also want to ask the board to reinstate the year 6 funding of the CDC Dash grant. This is $500,000 of funds annually that our students receive in direct services that may be sexual health services, food, education, other services that we can't readily make this money up in other ways. And again, it's $500,000 annually. These are our federal tax dollars that we pay out of our taxes and send to Washington, and we could be getting those dollars back if we let go of this grant and not renew year 6. And if we want those services, we have to come up with those dollars on our own, or we risk harming children by not having these services in place. So as a physician, I can tell you between myself and my colleagues, we see these kids who have lasting impacts in their lives from early age of sexually transmitted infection or early pregnancy. We know these types of services can be helpful. They can try to get a kid back on the right track, and we need these money coming back into our community. So I would really ask the board to reconsider and renew year 6 of the CDC grant now, which doesn't require the YRBS and would give us time to figure out how we would address that grant moving forward. So please renew year 6 and do not harm children by removing this $500,000 of services. I also want to continue to ask for greater transparency in the process of reviewing books and reviewing curriculum. I also have had a difficult time finding access to the meetings for the curriculum review, although I understand there's one coming up soon and I will be at that meeting. I know the district is working on this, but greater transparency would help all of us, and we greatly appreciate that while we're trying to get curriculum and books back on the shelves so our students are not suffering from their books being housed in a warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line is Sharman Smith.
Good evening. I'm Justin Kugler, a parent of 2 DCPS elementary school students, and I also want to implore you to continue with the year 6 of the CDC Dash grant. It just doesn't make any sense for us to give up funds that we've already paid for in our taxes that we can bring back into our community to help kids that need it. I literally cannot understand why we'd be walking away from that. I also want to implore that we approve the supplemental health curriculum. We know from studies all over the world that the more information, the more education we give kids, that actually drives teen pregnancy rates down, that drives teen STD rates down. Again, there's no reason not to equip our kids with the best possible information so that they can make informed choices and protect themselves. And then, I just want to reiterate that we have processes in place for all of this, but we do need to do a better job communicating that to parents. I'm one of those parents that has tried to sign up for volunteer boards, and I got that one weird email that got rescinded, and then I haven't heard anything since. So there's this allegation that maybe one group of folks is being favored over the other. I certainly haven't seen that. And so I just want to encourage y'all to be as transparent and be as forthright and as open with the process and how these decisions are being made as possible. And just to further reiterate the point that we recognize that students have rights and parents have responsibilities, and all of our students have rights to learn and to learn in a safe environment. And if that's something that I have an issue with as a parent, or somebody else has an issue with as a parent, that they don't agree with that, we have the responsibility and the option to opt out if we don't agree with that. But what we don't have the right to do is to impose those personal home views on everybody else. And I just ask that the board keep that in mind when you make these decisions.
Thank you. Next in line is Crystal Colston.
Good evening. My name is Leela Owens. I have 2 children. One is in DCPS. And I want to specifically outline that my child is going to be 14 years old. I don't know how many people here have teenagers, but it is one interesting experience in 2023. The amount of information that they have access to, the amount of conversations that they bring to us, most certainly things that I wasn't speaking about when I was 13 and 14 years old, right? So I'm in complete support of this CDC grant. I think it's irresponsible, very irresponsible, not to take note and not to take into, what is the word I'm looking for? But not to take into consideration that we are living in a different age, right? We're living in a completely different place in this life. And also, I'm disappointed in the fact that I can see that personal morals and personal ideals are being brought into this board, when not only are your children in this board and you're in this board, but guess what? My children are in this board, in this school district. And I'm sure that all of our morals and the way we rear our kids do not align, right? What I think is right, you may not think is right. But also, you're making decisions that affect my children. You don't know what my children identify as. You don't know any of those things. So you should be transparent and really make sure that the minority voice that you guys are hearing represent the entire majority, because what I've witnessed these past 4 meetings has been extremely interesting, because they do not reflect all of my values. And I don't expect all of my values to be reflected here, but I think there should be some transparency, and I think there should be some reflection on the decisions being made on behalf of the entire district, because the district is diverse. The district is complex. The children are complex, and they know so much more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line is Wells Todd. Anytime.
Okay, sorry. I was waiting for the light. I apologize. My name is Charmin Smith. I have been putting children in DCPS schools since 2001. My youngest graduates this year. She'll be 18 on Friday. I was not educated in DCPS schools. I'm a military brat. I've had the privilege of being educated all over the country. I am an adult survivor of childhood sexual abuse. I was abused at home. School saved me. I'm a free lunch kid. I wouldn't have eaten for years without free food at school. I only had one problem with the teacher being inappropriate with me, and my dance Coach, shut it down quick. And I'm heartbroken to hear the stories of these children and these teachers over and over again for years having problems with professional educators in a community I have grown to love for over 2 decades. My heart broke when my oldest daughter's favorite teacher, Mr. Hazuri, was arrested.
Oh,
And I'm
please, no
heartbroken to hear what is going on now.
Ma'am, I'm
I
going to
won't.
stop you.
I
Please.
apologize.
Again, we'll give you 5 seconds back on the clock, but please do not refer to people by name, okay? We appreciate it. We
Yeah, I
want
get
to
it.
hear the story, but please understand that. Thank you so much.
What is going on now, and it is amplified because of what has been going on for the last few years with the Save the Children that we hear everywhere. Childhood sexual abuse, the adult survivors are the silent majority in this country. This is the most underreported crime in our history. We don't have accurate statistics. Realistically, the odds are 1 in 3 women in this room and 1 in 6 men in this room have been sexually abused under the age of 18, and the country is thirsty for some leadership from our educators to protect our children. Sex education, we can do role playing so that we can teach kids how to speak up and speak out, but we got to educate our adults on how to protect our children too. This grooming thing where predators have been able to get in positions of power because they are smart and they know how to manipulate our emotions and our desires.
Thank you.
Protect our kids.
Next in line is Brittany Be More Trusting.
Hi, good evening. I'm Crystal Colston. I have 3 kids in Duval County Schools, 2 of which are playing strings or playing cello with Cathedral Arts Program. And so I wanted to thank you for your support of CAP. They just had a show last week and it was amazing. It was like a professional show. So my kids, because of that, my kids attend Title I elementary school. We do not have a media specialist. We have a revolving door of substitutes who are not certified. So currently, our entire media center is covered in brown packaging paper. So call it whatever you want to, call it banned, call it unavailable. The bottom line is these are kids that at our small school, there's hundreds of kids that don't have access to reading materials, especially since these are kids who already struggle to reach state benchmarks for language arts. My kids have the privilege of a part-time, work-from-home mom who can take them to the library. We go to the cute little bookstore. They have Kindle Unlimited. They have, we have a home library, but most of their classmates don't have this, and so my kids are the exception. So for most of their classmates right now, every book in the school is banned, basically. So I know that this board is just executing state legislation, but my ask is that you can improve the efficiency and the transparency of this approval process, because right now we are taking access away. And like we said, we're trying to inspire students, and a lot of that is having a fun book to read at school that day. And if anyone who has young kids and wants to work on some education, sex ed for their kids, there's a great book called It's Not the Stork, which I use for my kids starting at 5. So
Thank you. Next in line is Corolla Zayas. You can correct me later. Yes, sir.
My name is Wells Todd. I'm with Take 'em Down Jacks and the Jacksonville Progressive Coalition. Our children are dying. Their bodies are being torn apart by individuals who should have never been sold a weapon. But the people who really pull the trigger are sitting in seats of power. Our children who are part of the LGBTQ plus community are dying due to the same people in those same seats of power. It is time that we stop bending a knee to the right-wing white supremacist politicians that protect the arms industry, making profits is the only reason they exist. I want to talk about the Second Amendment and why it was passed. The Second Amendment was put into place so that an armed militia could repel and put down slave rebellions and to capture Africans that ran away from work camps that we so fondly call plantations. It was also put in place due to the Haitian Revolution. The white enslavers in America were afraid the same thing could happen here. We have to know our history. A movement is growing that is demanding gun control. You can join it or stand on the wrong side of history, but our children must be protected. I know some of you on this school board hated it when school names were changed, removing Confederate names from our schools. I know you hated it,
Thank you.
and thank you.
Next in line is Taylor Hovansik.
Hi, my name is Brittany Beanmore-Trusting, and I have a master's in health science from the University of Florida, and I'm also a mom of 2 DCPS students. As you may be aware, that our percentage of economically disadvantaged students has crept up. 53% are considered economically disadvantaged in our district. Over half of our students, your students, under your care and decision-making. I ask that you renew the $500,000 funding of year 6 of the CDC DASH grant. This is an evidence-based approach to help prevent risky behavior and the consequences of those actions. Please stand up for the students' access to health care and against political games that will most certainly harm a great need for especially those economically disadvantaged. I'm a vocational counselor, and I never suggest you quit your job before having another job lined up. We shouldn't just throw $500,000 away if we are thinking of fiscal responsibility and, more importantly, how to protect and serve the children that need this from their public school. I'm asking for clarification given on the speaker cards as a side. I was told today that the stickers with comments and also any multiple sentences handwritten out would not be read, and a person should just speak, but there's a lot of reasons why someone wouldn't be standing here speaking, including disability, so I ask that that be clarified on what the rules are on the speaker cards. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Corolla? Okay, so do we have Corolla? No. Are you Taylor? Okay, so we're going to put 2 in line. First in line is Peyton Galvin, and then after that, Corinne Carabas. Thank you for waiting.
Hi, my name is Taylor Hovansik, and I'm going to be a future Duval County Public School mom. My baby's only 2 months old, but he'll get there eventually. I am also a counseling intern at the University of North Florida, and I'll be graduating in 3 months, and I'll be getting my master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. I'm asking that you guys renew year 6 of the CDC grant. I find it incredibly important to have health centers that teens and adolescents can go to for physical health services as well as mental health services. I advocate for both, but especially mental health services, because I see that there's a disparity for low cost and free counseling for children and adolescents. Yes, and I know that like with the teen health centers as well, they also provide the food for hungry kids, housing, and support for homeless kids, and a lot of other things. And so taking away that grant is going to provide a lot of loss for our community. I also really support putting these books back on the shelves, especially for children that cannot see books that have representations of them, like multicultural and diverse books I find that are super important. And I also want to take a moment too to have you guys really reflect on some of the stuff that was said today about the Douglas Anderson teacher, and just really empathize with them. And I support every word that they're saying, that we need to have more protocols in place whenever there is an allegation against a teacher. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line is Andy Bruck.
Hi, my name is Corinne Carabas. When I was thinking about what I wanted to say today, I thought, what do I need the school board to know about life at Douglas Anderson? And I just kept coming back to, if only I had known then everything I know now. I graduated in 2013, 10 years ago. It doesn't really seem like that long ago. I remember my main priority was choosing a college and obsessing over grabbing my diploma and saying, goodbye forever, DA. I was not a part of the vocal department, nor was I a student of the individual in question, but most of my friends were. And I can't help but try to reach back into the depths of my memories. Did one of them say anything? Did some of them joke about them? Why didn't I hear about this? Did I hear about this but was just so focused on getting out of there to notice? I don't know. So I'm left trying to pin down an explanation. In my experience, I was so ready to get out of DA because of the way some of the teachers made me feel like I wasn't good enough for anything. They made me feel like I certainly wasn't good enough to be a musician in the real world. I certainly wasn't smart enough to try to get any of the STEM majors, despite the fact that I took 12 AP classes and a dual enrollment class. Overall, the DA culture feels very disciplined. The coursework was rigorous, it was difficult, it was stressful. Because I lived in poverty, a child of a single mom, we had a hard time paying the fair share or enrichment fee of about $250 every year. And I felt like that experience of being in trouble for not paying my dues, or essentially being in trouble for being poor, really did a number on my self-esteem. So during my senior year, I was personally in school from 8 to 8:30. After school rehearsal, I had to go work fast food jobs in the mall and do it all again the next day. So, trying to wrap it up. Well, my friend brought up that all seniors in the department had to meet with the director of the department to talk about future plans during senior year. All I remember was my anticipation for that meeting, so I could tell my teacher that although my future was uncertain, I knew I'd be successful.
Thank you. Next in line is Zhen Lu. Are you Peyton? Okay.
Hi there, my name is Peyton Galvin. I'm a student from the University of North Florida, and I attend the clinical mental health counseling program there. I'm here today to be a reminder to all those in places of power. I just want to remind everyone that decisions should be made in order to benefit not our fear, not our opinions, but the people it will affect. We should only enforce policies that we think will provide more opportunity to children. We should give them every available option and help them navigate that. We should keep policies or grants that protect people, that protect marginalized populations. If we all try to help one another rather than see each other as enemies, a grand future will come our way. I urge this panel and those in the audience to think about the possible harm that will come if the CDC grant is declined, if help is denied. I urge this panel and audience to think about when education is restricted or restrained and what comes of those actions, how and why it was done before. I support the acceptance of the CDC grant and the continuation of sexual education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in line is Lori Crunden.
Good evening. I'm Andy Bruck. According to U.S. News and World Report, minority enrollment in Duval County Public Schools is at about 70%. The Essential Voices book series, part of a trend to recognize, publish, and promote marginalized voices, has received rave reviews, such as that it increases exposure to multiple perspectives in classroom and school libraries with a continued goal to create lesson plans to allow students to learn about themselves and others. I am among those fearing that it is just such books that are the target of recently enacted laws in Florida. Concerning the DCPS review of 1,600,000 books, according to Florida Freedom to Read Project, while books are frequently pulled from shelves during investigations for limited or indefinite periods of time, this practice runs counter to procedural best practices of the American Library Association, which holds that books should remain in circulation while undergoing review, because if schools suspend access to books, then it renders them incapable of serving students. And in fact, DCPS issued a statement on February 17th that included an announcement that media centers at many schools are able to provide only considerably reduced hours due to the review of books. However, Florida's own Attorney General has argued in other lawsuits that these laws do not apply to books. A 1982 U.S. Supreme Court decision, Island Trees School District versus Pico, ruled that a school district cannot deny access to library books based on disagreement of the subject matter. It seems that what was once a movement to remove books from schools through complaint has now transformed into one that codifies legally compliant
Thank you.
books. Thank you.
Next in line is Melissa Rafus. And you are not Jin Lu, are you?
I'm Lori Crundon.
Okay, so let me call another name. So we have Lori at the podium, James in line, and Melissa in line. Okay, thank you.
Okay. My name is Lori Crundon, and first I'd like to oppose having the Director of Health and Physical Education as a voting member on the committee challenging the fifth grade health curriculum. Since she selected the curriculum, I think that's a conflict of interest. I also support, or I'd like to show my support of the transparency from DCPS with respect to reviewing any of the curriculum challenge. The fifth grade health curriculum challenge was to be about gender, yet the recommendation from the committee was to teach reproductive health to third graders, to 8-year-olds. So on a side note from that, just recently I learned about this. It's called the Forefathers Monument. I don't know if you've ever heard of that. I had never heard of it. It's an 81-foot tall granite monument in Plymouth, Massachusetts. And it's a tribute to the Pilgrims. And at the center of it is a woman, and her name is Faith. And her right hand is pointing to the one true God, and her left hand is holding a Bible. And then seated on all four corners of this monument is morality, law, education, and liberty, and it's religious liberty. They knew that these were the prerequisites of a free and prosperous nation. So Proverbs 22:6 says, "Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it." What are we training our young children to do? What is the end goal of all of this? I'm thinking it has something to do with some nefarious agenda to sexualize our kids. It's wrong, and you know it, and it's heartbreaking. Remember the words of wisdom that Corrie ten Boom's father told her 120 years ago, that some knowledge is too heavy for children. They're children. And when they're old enough and wise enough, then they can, they can be told these things, but we need to let them be children. Thank you.
Thank you. We have James next, followed by Melissa, followed by Becky Nathanson.
Good evening. James Crundon, address on file. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely oppose the Director of Health Physical Education being as a voting member, and I think there does need to be accountability and transparency. I do love the new, the tassel's worth the hassle is terrific. I think we should go back to, that's wonderful, and that's a great way to start with, but I think we should go back to some of the tried and true things about see something, say something. And I have 4 children that have gone through DCPS. I have no need for a refund. Great job. Grandchild who went through La Villa and Douglas Anderson. Praise God, nothing wrong there. My only complaint and my only focus is I think that we're falling away from God. When we remove God from the schools and from the public square, I think God is finally starting to take the hint and saying, okay, we'll see how this goes. Are we better off now than we were 4 years ago? Probably not. 8 years ago, 10 years ago? It seems to be insidious, and there's been a lot of things from competing or opposing views that I look at and I say, you know what, there's a good point. That's a good point for debate. But there's certain things that common sense, morality, decency are easily perversed. We won't go into some of the horrendous, the school shootings, the violence, these horrible things that are going on. I just think that if we'd all focus a little bit more on now these three remain, faith, hope, and love, but the greatest of these is love. I think it's 1 Corinthians 13:13. Have a great evening, and keep up the good work, and keep an eye on, and don't be afraid to see something and say something if something happens to one of your precious children. There's something about better for a millstone to be tied around your neck if you allow something to happen to these precious children and be the depths of the ocean. Anyway, God bless.
Thank you. Okay, next in line, we have Carl Polk.
Hi, my name is Melissa Rafus. I'm here to really endorse and support the calls for transparency. I think you all are working toward it and trying to do a better job, but transparency about when committees are being set up makes a big difference to all of the folks who attend here and to many of the parents out there and other taxpayers for DCPS. So urging transparency for when committees are set up to review curriculum, and certainly when you select volunteers to participate on those committees. We've heard from people tonight, it's a lot of hard work. So how those people get selected and who gets selected is important. To guard against conflict of interest, I would just suggest that we follow what's kind of basic business practices, I think, which is the people who made original selection decisions don't get to vote when there's a review of that selection decision. That's a very standard process ethically in any business environment, and I would just urge you all to think about that when members of DCPS are voting on the decisions that they made. And finally, I would just urge us to focus our DCPS efforts, energy, dollars on reading and writing and math. With those tools, our kids can go anywhere. And our scores in Duval County of kids who are proficient in reading at the 3rd and 4th grade level are appalling. It's frightening. We need our kids to be able to learn, to be able to read about many different ideas, many different kinds of people, many different things that are happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Last in line is Deanna Barone.
Good evening. My name is Becky Nathanson. I'm with Moms for Liberty Duval. I'm here tonight to thank the board for finally working on a policy to codify separate bathrooms, locker rooms, and sleeping arrangements for boys and girls. This simple policy will align with both state statute and the district's own drafted student support guide. Parents have been surprised that this wasn't already publicly addressed by the board. We've learned from students of district schools, as well as some administrators of district schools, that biological boys have been allowed into girls' bathrooms at some schools. While I know the board would prefer not to deal with the issue, the majority of school teachers and parents are behind this policy. The safety of our girls should be the highest priority. I want to personally commend the board member who chose to bring this issue to the forefront. The people are with you. Those of us who expect girls to have these girls-only spaces are not a vocal minority. We are the majority. Along those same lines, Moms for Liberty Duval would like to ask the board to codify separating boys and girls during condom lessons in middle and high school. Again, parents have been shocked to learn that not only were condom lessons being taught in middle school, but that it is the district's practice to keep boys and girls together even in middle school. I received an email from the Director of Health explaining why the district does not separate boys and girls for condom lessons. Our request is simple. Please consider doing one of two things. Put in policy that boys and girls will be separated, or just please notify parents that you're teaching condom skills in a co-ed setting. The board saw fit to address the use of penis props for condom lessons in policy, so it seems appropriate that you could address this in policy as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carl Polk. I've been listening to everything everybody's been saying, and I just want to say I think it's going to take the wisdom of Solomon to go through all of these things that you are dealing with. The board, the staff, the legal counsel, everybody. And I'd like to take just a minute or two just to pray for you, that you would actually have the wisdom that God could provide you like Solomon had, that you would have discernment, and that you would have all knowledge to know how to work through all of these things that you're dealing with. And know that we will continually be in prayer for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Following Deanna Barone, we're going to have Michelle Madisu. It looks like we may have lost your card, and we apologize for that.
Hello, I'm Dina Barone. I am a former DCPS teacher of 6 years at Douglas Anderson, working closely with Jeffrey Clayton.
Oh, please do not use the name.
It's been not used for 20 years, and I will not use it, I promise you, anymore.
Thank you.
My tenure at the school, I reported him many times for toxic environment, for unsafe environment in a classroom. Parents reported him, not to one principal, but to two. Somewhere there's a disconnect between the principals reporting to you. This man took emotional children and made them not want to sing anymore. In 2013, he was taken out of the classroom for something. That was my first year there. So I do not know what happened there. I don't know the particulars, okay? And then he was reported by 4 employees that worked closely with him, one you've already heard from. After that, a year and a half ago, I had one of your investigators call me and ask me many questions. I was on the phone for an hour and a half. That was a year and a half ago. You have failed those children. You have failed the people that worked in the toxic environment with him. I hope that out of all this, you get better protocols set up. And I demand that besides your investigative team within the Board of Education, that you get an outside investigation team on this. I do not believe that our police department or the people within within your departments are going to do a fair analysis, because it's been 20 years.
Thank you.
Michelle Madisu, can you hear me? Hi, sorry. Just a couple of quick things. I'll make this short. And I did turn a card in, though. I really did. Looking over some different statistics with regards to in 2023 and 2022. Clay County, math, Clay County was at 65% proficiency. Duval County, 46. Nassau County, 76. And St. John, 77. English, for Clay was 54, Duval was 44, and Nassau was 62, and St. John's was 70. So I am also a graduate of Duval County Schools many years ago, and I had a great education and great experience. I think it's imperative as well to get back to the basics of education And it seems like things have gotten very political, very polarizing. And the most important thing is that our children are receiving a quality education to be productive citizens for the future. Okay, on a side note, I've been here, my first school board meeting was several months ago. I've talked repeatedly about Douglas Anderson. I have a family member that's there, and my family member's mom, my marriage, talked about having, 2 male teachers walking around in dresses, and the toxic culture there. I've told you about the cafeteria during Halloween. If you want a piece of candy, come up and say, I'm gay, and you get a safe space sticker. That has no business being in the schools. And I'm very concerned about everything I heard today, because Douglas Anderson is arts. It's developing creativity. It's not supposed to be a place that's unsafe for children. That is really upsetting to hear these stories. I also have a friend who is from Nashville, whose kids went to the school where the shooting was, not at the time of the shooting, but her kids grew up in that school. She knows all of the people involved that were harmed, including the shooter and the shooter's family. And one of the things that's never talked about are that the majority of school shooters are on psychotropic medications. So-
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our speakers for the evening. We have 39 cards for people who elected to waive, either in support or in opposition of a topic or an agenda item. The first is Ed Williams, supporting more math, reading, and writing, and opposing gender ideology. This Yifat Ebner Winkler, no topic. Trinity Baker, supporting the CDC grant, books, and inclusive health education curriculum. Dan Merkin, supporting inclusive experiences and affirming experiences for LGBTQ plus students. Janina Perez, supporting CDC funding, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Caroline Augustus, supporting the students of Douglas Anderson School of the Arts. Cheryl Verta, supporting CDC funding, grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Krista O'Hara, supporting CDC funding, grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Dominic Brodus, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Heather Duran, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Jimmy Peluso, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Brandy Matthews, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Katie Hamill, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Jean Francis, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Greg Be More Trusting, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Francie Hallahan, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Ashley Cox, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Victoria Race, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Kelly Falk, supporting CDC funding of the grant, approval, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Tina Peckham, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Candy Sullivan, supporting CDC funding of the grant, approval, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Janine Parisi NG. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. Supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Angie Sparks, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Shannon Shanklin, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Samantha Hamill, supporting CDC grant and sex ed curriculum. Joseph Robinson, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. Jamie Shires, supporting victims of DA staff, recent and historical. Twyla Church, supporting victims of DA staff, recent and historical. Hannah Wells, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. I found Michelle Matiso's card. Mike Adamson, supporting Douglas Anderson teacher investigation, focus on reading, writing, and transparency in DCPS decisions. Wendy Collins, supporting CDC funding of the grant, supplemental health curriculum, and books. I believe we already heard from Deanna Adamson, or was that a different? I'm sorry, Deanna Adamson, opposing having Director of Health and PE as voting member of the committee regarding health curriculum. Tabitha Byers, support DCPS focusing on reading, writing, and math. Annie Kirby, opposing lower age when puberty-related material is taught, supporting prioritizing help for students with reading and math deficiencies. Christina Diley, supporting CDC grant, sex ed, and opposing banning books. Whoa. Mary Riley, opposing health curriculum. Debbie Elliott, supporting DCPS focusing on math, reading, and history. Kara Eisenman, no topic listed. And that concludes our wave cards.
As we conclude the speaker cards this evening, I want to make sure that I thank the audience, aside from a handful of people that did not follow our established protocols for civil discourse. We really do appreciate everyone that does. We know many people come here with divergent views, and we appreciate the opportunity to hear them in a manner that is conducive, again, to civil discourse. So thank you to all of you who came out tonight to let us hear your thoughts on the items that are going on in our district. With that being said, we are going to take a 15-minute adjournment. It is 8:41 now. We will return at 8:56. And again, we thank those that came to speak tonight. We have 1 more minute until we reconvene. Again, 1 more minute until we reconvene. All right, I want to thank everyone for reconvening at the designated time. We appreciate that. We're going to move on now to comments from designated parent organizations, District Parent Teacher Student Association, DCC, PTA, District Advisory Council. Is there anyone here from those organizations? No. Hold on, I'm coming to you, not quite yet. I know you're here, though. I see you. We now have parent organizations. It's Michael Hawk from District Advisory Council here, Kay Hawkins from PTA, Basco Eagle from Title I, Aaron Hutchinson from ESC Advisory. Seeing none, I'm going to move on to employee organizations, our exclusive bargaining units. Terry Brady, DTU, if she's here. Elton Brown, President AFSCME. Jason Geiger, President JSA. Ronnie Burris, Business Manager, LIUNA. Tonight, I do know we have Frank DeLong in substituting for David Bryant for IBEW. And we'll go ahead and bring you on. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Frank DeLong, Chairman of the IBW 177. I would like to start tonight with a magic trick. Here, it's caused by a contractor. Second. Okay. I'm going to take this 1/4-inch bolt and put through this 3/8 washer. Okay. This fell out of a wall-mounted unit that weighs approximately 800 pounds. It was installed by a school board contractor. This bolt is what maintenance uses and is required to use on all installs. This has a shear weight of 250 pounds. Okay? This has a shear weight of 1,600 pounds. This bolt, once it went into the stucco, 5/8 stucco, only stuck into the concrete block about 1 1/8 inches. Okay? When facilities was notified, their representative showed up and stated that it has a tensile strength of 3,000 pounds. You're right. If you take this on a hydraulic press and squeeze down, it'll take 3,000 pounds of pressure to break it, not the 250 pounds shear weight to cut it off. Their representative said the only regret they had is a contractor should have used a smaller washer, negating the manufacturer's instructions on the install. I therefore notified code enforcement before the 800-pound monster falls off the wall and crush someone. The head of code enforcement replied to me that when it was final, if there was any violation, that it would be failed. I would also like to note the reply was courtesy copied to everybody who knew me within 140 miles. Now that unit was removed and reinstalled over spring break like it should have been done the first time. Did we pay for 2 installs? Facility rep said they didn't use maintenance for the install because they were busy and overloaded, and our guys said they were never asked and they weren't busy. If you look at the second page, contractor installed this unit is peeling off the walls about 2 to 3 inches. This is at Paxton High School, waiting to kill a child. We want a list of all the wall hung units installed in the last year and where. We want to know exactly where they were installed so we can be observed by the IBW so we can relate to the board. Facilities stated that Westside Middle is going to replace 48 wall-hung units, working wall-hung units. Did you get that? Working wall-hung units. So we're going to replace something that works. And they actually got 300 for the district they're going to do. On page 3, there's a switch. This is at Westside High School. They remodeled the kitchen there. A new wall was installed approximately 4 inches from the existing wall. They took the wires out of the switch, came across the gap, and stuck the switch on the new wall. This is in direct violation of National Electric Code and National Fire Protection Agency Code. If a fire started, it would have a chimney effect inside the wall. In order to fix the switch, which was installed incorrectly, a massive hole now needs to be cut in this wall to be made able to get inside, to get to the walls, the wire nuts in there, because you can't stick your hand through that little hole to fix. Now, there are many boxes over there at that school that was remodeled and had been done. I have no clue of the exact number. However, it passed inspection. Now, on page 5 and 6, it's kind of self-explanatory. The contractor installed a crash gate backwards. Maintenance had to recorrect and reinstall this, not the contractor. Maintenance employees uphold safety above all else for the children. This is a small example of what is found every day from pages 7 to 10. It showed exit doors blocked. One has a hasp on it. It was put on by the teacher. The teacher admitted he knew it was illegal, and when it got removed, he just put his desk in front of it. Now, y'all constantly contract out our jobs for more money to contractors. My father quit school in 9th grade to help support his family. And I know there's a board member who can relate to that. He supported his family. Now, we have a board member who states, and I'm going to paraphrase here, she could not see giving maintenance raises and having people make more money than teachers because they have 4 years of higher education and certificates and do continuing education. Newsflash, so do our skilled trades. They have 4 to 5 years of school, county/state test and license. They're required to continue education. They have to pay for their license every 2 years. Page 7 through 10 shows how highly educated the people are, also shown that they also cut down barricades, stick their hands in the electric panels, knock holes in the walls because they have 4 years degrees of education, higher education. If you ask them if they do this at home, they say no. They do it here. So, based off her comments and mentality of this, graduating from Duval County schools without a degree shouldn't make more than teachers because they have a degree and they teach. This is why I love charging you $250 to show up to your house, fix something, and you pay it. Now, your homework is the very last page. Please look at some of those. The dangers associated might open your eyes and why we should be making market value. Remember, we work more hours per year than a teacher. I've never seen a person other than maintenance after a storm, and when it breaks, we're the first there. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to now move on to the approval of the minutes. That the Duval County School Board approve the minutes of the meetings listed in the agenda item. March 7th, 2023, regular board meeting. March 21st, 2023, board workshop. March 21st, 2023, agenda committee meeting. March 21st, 2023, special board meeting. March 22nd, 2023, policy handbook review committee meeting. And March 22nd, 2023, special board meeting, student expulsion. Ask for a motion. I have a motion by Board Member Hershey and a second by Board Member Jones. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That item passes 7-0. We'll now move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items to place on the consent agenda or items to move for discussion? Board Member
Yes.
Joyce.
Chair Cooker, I'd like to move item number, hang on. The contract with Read USA.
Give me an item number.
Item number 2, I'd like to move that for discussion, please.
Okay, I have a motion to move, I have a motion to move item number 2, contract with Read USA, to discussion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion by Board Member Joyce and a second by Board Member Carney to move that item, to move item number 2, contract with Read USA to discussion. Is there any discussion at this time? So the motion on the floor is to amend, Office of General Counsel, Mr. Poole, I just want to make sure I'm doing this properly. This is the first time this has happened to me as board chair, so I want to make sure I'm following proper protocol. So I'm going to bring you back to us real quick. We have a motion and a second to move item number 2. I just want to make sure I do it correct procedurally. Contract with Read USA to discussion. Again, I have a motion and a second. There was no discussion, so can I now call for the vote for that? At this time, I will call for your vote on that, on the amended item.
Through the chair, mine says vote for the approval of consent agenda. Is
But
this
that
the
would
correct
mean
vote?
as amended.
As amended.
As amended.
We will change it to amend.
Okay.
Can you? Okay, thank you. That item passes unanimously, 7-0. We're going to move first to the consent with comments items. At this time, I'm going to, it's information technology agreement with Centegex. I'm going to ask Dr. Green to read her recommendation.
That the Duval County School Board approve the contract with Centegex LLC in the amount not to exceed $1,802,820 per year for the period of March 1st, 2023 through February 28th, 2026. There are 3 additional one-year renewals remaining. That the Duval County Public School Board authorize the board chair or vice chairman, and the superintendent to execute the agreement contingent upon form approval by the Office of General Counsel.
At this time, I call on Board Member Pearson, who pulled this for consent with comments.
Thank you. I just wanted to share a few points that were in our workshop discussion that I found interesting. I thought others in the community might also find this interesting. The Centegex Crisis Alert Badge System is replacing our current safety alert system. The Centegex system is a badge-based system. It's not affected by cellular coverage, which has been a problem with the product we have been using. Since we are in a master facilities plan phase, long-term phase, where we have schools that are being renovated and replaced, I wanted to make sure that the components would be portable, could be used and relocated as schools are renovated and consolidated, and they can be. Also, the panic button communicates directly with the school police and with JSO. So to me, those were important features of this new product that I wanted to make sure the public was aware of as well.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that? All right. We will move on to item number 2 in order of those items that have been pulled for the discussion agenda. The first item that has been pulled is approval of agreement with Read USA and academic services. Dr. Green, I ask you to read your recommendation.
That the Duval County School Board approve an agreement with Read USA Incorporated for an amount not to exceed $242,840. that the Duval County School Board authorize the chairman or vice chairman and superintendent to execute the agreement contingent upon form approval by the Office of General Counsel.
All right. At this time, I call for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Board Member Hershey and a second by Board Member Jones. I now open up for discussion, and I'll start with Board Member Joy since you pulled this item.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure.
In the board workshop, when we discussed this item, I pulled it for discussion, and we had some conversation around Read USA and really the great work that they do serving our students. I pulled it for discussion because when I look at the statutory language, I have concerns about whether or not we are meeting this statute. And so if you'll let me take a minute, I'm going to read the statute to you so I can kind of get you on the same page that I'm on, and then kind of share some concerns that I have with this with you. It says each district school board is responsible for the content of all instructional materials and any other materials used in a classroom, made available in a school library, or included on a reading list, whether adopted or purchased from the state adopted instructional materials list, and adopted or purchased through a district instructional materials program, or otherwise purchased or made available. And so in this contract we're entering into with Read USA, we are purchasing and making available. And so that's the connection that I see in this language that would require us to make, there be at least a list for the public to consume and know what's being available to them. My recollection in this conversation we had a few weeks ago was, number one, that the Read USA, they do provide lists, what's going to be available to the students, but many times or sometimes those books can come off or they can come on, and those lists are not complete lists. That is a concern for me, that even at the very minimum, that any single title that would be made available to children needs to be on a list available to the public to see whether that book is actually in that book fair or not. This is a potential book that could be in this setting, and because we are purchasing them, not the parent per se, that this is where we are responsible, this is our responsibility. I did reach out to Mr. Poole earlier. I wanted to get some clarification on a couple of things, and that's why I didn't pull it before tonight's meeting. I got the information back, and I reached out to him late, so that's fine. And I remember the district saying that this does not apply necessarily to book fairs, and I have an email from the Department of Education that says this does not apply necessarily to book fairs. So I just want to be clear on that. Again, my concern is that when you, in a normal setting, in a normal book fair, children bring money and they can purchase those materials, or their parents are there to purchase those materials. These materials have been purchased by the district, which is why I'm referencing that specific language in the statute, and the fact that the lists are not conclusive that we get causes really some great concern for me, and why I am I don't feel like I can support this unless there's a conclusive list that the parents are getting. So that is why I brought it for discussion, and if we want to discuss it any further, that's why I'm here.
All right, well, thank you. And certainly, just for the record, you're welcome to pull things whenever. We do it as a courtesy if we can do it early, but we know that information comes later from time to time. So you're always within your purview on that. I see Board Member Hershey.
So looking at this, I haven't pulled up. I don't want to lose my spot, but in one of the paragraphs at the top, it specifically says, during the book fair, each elementary student will have an opportunity to select 2 books of interest. Award-winning, high-interest STEM-themed books will be purchased and provided to each school according to the grade level and number of students at each school. So through the chair to Dr. Green, is that your understanding that the books that will be provided for this year's book fair are going to be STEM-themed books? Or will there be books outside of that?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, the vast majority will be STEM, but I think we sent the list. I can see that there are books that are, you can't naturally tell from every title, but I think
Right.
there are books that are,
That are not.
not STEM, but the vast majority of the books are STEM-based. That's the first time that they've
Had more of a focus.
more of a focus
on
instead of
STEM.
just.
And so just one more thing through the chair to Dr. Green. Two things. One, we talk about families, opting out if a family didn't want their child to participate and receive a book. Is that an option for the parent? And the other is how would the district then provide the preview list of books for parents prior to their child if they wanted them to participate?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, the list will be provided. But I will tell you, there's still titles that you just have to see the book until you really know what the title is. And that's why during the day, the students can choose the 2 books, but the book fair is also open in the evening. So parents can come to, at that time, purchase other books or whatever is offered at the book fair. But yes, the list will be provided.
But a parent could choose to have their child not to participate.
That is correct. And we have always maintained that there could be substitute titles. And that's why we request that every principal go through those titles, even though by statute, we're not required to go through book fair, but we ask all of our principals to make sure, have someone go through all the books, make sure.
Vice Chair Pearson.
Through the chair to Dr. Green, I'm now confused because I thought we were talking about the Read USA Book Fair where that happens during the school day and the books are no charge to the student.
Yes.
I didn't realize those were open at night for parents to come and purchase.
Yes, there are some, not every school has to, but some schools also want it open because they have other things than books, pencils.
But that's not the Read USA.
This-
That's why I'm getting
Yeah.
confused. When there's the
There's
book.
Scholastics and Read USA. During the day is Read USA. Those books are for children to select. This year, they only get 2. But schools do have nighttime where they're bringing families. But, I'm feeling someone like nodding while I don't even see her, but I feel like she's looking in my direction. Maybe Ms. Renfro needs to add some
I'm
clarity.
still confused. I think we have 2 different kinds of book fairs and they're getting conflated, but maybe I'm just.
Ms. Renfro, please.
Sure, through the chair to Vice Chair Pearson. So the Read USA book fairs, for which Scholastic is a sponsor, right? Those book fairs happen during the day. The children have a choice of 2, with the flyer identifying, the school identifying the date of their book fair. The same time those book lists go home. So they have time to get excited. The flyer even says, time to get excited, review, click on the QR code, review the books. Scholastic book fairs, which several schools have been holding since December, do have that component where they can purchase things and purchase other things. So it's similar in that it's the same vendor, like the feel of it feels like that. They don't have to bring money, but they will have preview through the book list and the QR code prior to the date of their fair.
Okay, so I want to ask another clarifying question. So this agenda item, we're talking about the Read USA Book Fair that is open during the school day only, and students do not need money, but there is no opportunity at night for families to come and shop the Read USA Book Fair because we're paying for the books. So no one buys anything from the Read USA Book Fair out of pocket, whether it be a student or a parent. These are free to the students.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Pearson, they are free to the students.
Okay.
Yes, Board Member Willie.
I do think there's you can, as a student, buy more than the free books that you have. There's an ability to buy something at the fair. Am I?
Not the read you.
I feel like there's still, they still have things you could purchase. You can bring your own money as well. You get your two.
As a point of order, let's let Board Member, I know we're all excited about this agenda item, but let's let Board Member Willie finish, and
No, that was just
it's Ms. Renfro
that
can
was
respond.
I thought that was my experience, that you do get your 2 free books, but if you wanted to bring dollars, you could also purchase the erasers and other things there as well. But they may have changed that.
So again, Ms. Renfro, if you could assist us, since I believe book fairs fall in academic services, and help us distinguish what's happening on this versus book fairs, does it somehow commingle, to quote my colleague?
Sure. Through the chair to Board Member Willie, I'm not aware of additional materials. I go by the contract in our conversations with Read USA. So it's not my interpretation that there are additional items.
Other question? Yes. Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to Dr. Green and Ms. Renfro. This is a partnership, am I correct, with Read USA, and who pays for the books for Read USA?
Through the chair to Board Member Jones, it's $5 from the school district, $5 from Read USA they raise money to pay $5 and we pay $5.
So it's 50-50?
Yes.
And each student this year can get 2 books, and the list will go out prior to the book fair, but the list may not be all-inclusive of the books that's offered.
Yes. Through the chair, they have the authority to substitute titles. So that is, we always have made that statement, yes.
And that information goes out to the parent that they can substitute the books?
I believe that is on the list, but don't quote me. I'm now going to look.
All right. I would think that if parents are made aware that there could be substitution and they have the option of the child not participating. I know kids love to get the books. I've gone, I've participated, I plan to work again this year. If they allow me, I still have my red apron. I think it's a good program, and as long as parents are aware, then I feel comfortable with the current procedure. Thank you.
Board Member Carney.
Thank you. I think just to kind of piggyback on what Board Member Jones was saying, and to go back to what Board Member Joyce was saying, I agree. I think that this program is great, and that the kids get to choose 2 books without having to purchase. I think it's fantastic. I'm in agreement that I think if we are providing a book list, even if it's just an asterisk at the bottom that says some titles might be substituted due to stock or whatever the case may be, I think that's a great idea. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Board Member Joyce, I think the reason why she brought this up is because that we're in a climate right now where the board is responsible for what is stated in the statute as far as what's coming in and out for reading materials. And going forward, I think we need to make sure as a board that we are covering all of our bases and making sure that every possible piece of information is sent home to the parents, and so that we're keeping the lines of communication going as far as what titles are going to be provided to students. Whether it be for Read USA, Scholastic, or some other company that wants to come in and provide a similar service to us, I think that we as a board need to be in agreement that we need to make sure we understand that statute. And even though right now DOE is saying that it doesn't apply to book fairs, it may in the future, and so it wouldn't hurt for us to be protecting ourselves from it now.
Real quickly, if I could ask a question. Ms. Renfro, may I do a double check on something? So if the flyer goes home, it has the list, it has an asterisk, as Board Member Carney indicated, those things occur. Parents can opt their child out of going with their class without them, all right? My recollection, and I volunteered at a couple of them last year, was that they were multiple days in schools. And so could a parent then come to campus the next day and go with their child that had any type of concern over the fact that there is an asterisk that books could be substituted?
To the chair, so depending on the size of the school. So if it's a larger school, they'll have 2 days. If it's an average size school, it's 1 day. So they will, but however, they will have that they will have that notification prior to the book fair included at the bottom of the list, that asterisk, that would give them the opportunity to come and attend. And I know we've had families that have attended the book fair at their time because the school will have that schedule prepared for families. So they always have the option to come.
And I will say, in one of the schools I was at, a couple of parents did drop by and help their child select books, and they were all excited. So that's great. Board Member Joyce, you were going to add?
Well, I would just add, again, I would say, wonderful program. Kids getting books in their hand is a wonderful thing. And I know that, you know, I've worked at a middle school. We had book fairs. Kids get really, really excited about going to book fairs. Again, my point is, there's a statute that says if we're purchasing the material, we are responsible for that. And at a very bare minimum, I'm not even asking for a vetting of all the books. I'm asking that you list the titles. And just to substitute something in without, like, these are possible titles that could be substituted in, just tell us what the titles are. But to have a vague, well, you know, this is not comprehensive, for me, based on what I need to do to uphold the law, I need to see a comprehensive list of titles, whether they are going to be in that media center or if they are not going to be in the media center. There could be a possibility. I just want to know what the titles are.
Board Member, well, Dr. Green, do you want to?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, we have asked them to give us the list, and they will not, because they don't know what they might substitute. If it's not in stock, then it's an emergency change out of books. And that is why our backup is saying, principals, go through those books before your students come through, because we will not get a comprehensive listing, because it's clearly about supply and demand. Oh, this book we had enough, we went to 5 schools, it's gone. More students chose it, so now we have to substitute something in.
But again, I heard that principals are being tasked with reviewing as well.
Being tasked to vet those books before students participate.
Board Member Willie, did you want to add?
I was just going to point us back to the agreement, and it does say, Read USA will provide families with full access to book titles included in each school's book fair announcement. So, I mean, the good faith effort is happening to do that. I think with Dastrick or whatnot, I think that should suffice, because it doesn't say they're not going to do it. It actually says that's what is going to happen. So that's what I would point us to as we have finish this discussion.
Any further discussion? Then I call for your vote. Hand vote. Hand vote. All right. If you'll signal with your hand, all those in favor, raise your hand by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion, that item, and those opposing say nay.
Nay.
That passes 6-1 with a nay vote with Board Member Joyce. All right, thank you. We'll now move on to the next item, which is on the discussion agenda. At this time, we'll call for information technology, IT hardware, RFP, MTech. Dr. Green, can you read your recommendation, please?
That the Duval County School Board approve the amendment and renewal of RFP number 03-19 LM IT Hardware with MTech Incorporated for the period of April 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2024, in an amount not to exceed $45 million. There are 2 additional one-year renewals remaining. That the Duval County School Board authorize the board chairman or vice chairman and the superintendent to execute the agreement contingent upon form approval by the Office of General Counsel.
All right, thank you. I call for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Board Member Hershey and a second by Board Member Willie. That being said, we'll open it up for discussion, and I'll start because I'm the one that pulled this item. This item was, as board chair, occasionally I'm approached to add items, agenda items that were not taken to agenda review. This is an item that I was asked, could we add it? And I try very hard to work with district leadership to add items. I certainly don't want to get in the way of the work of the district. But then when I opened it up and read it, I realized it was for a $45 million contract. At which point I went, okay, hold on just a second. This didn't go to agenda review. And I pulled the item in fairness to the public before we do a $45 million item. I feel like we at least have to have some discussion over it. So I'm going to start with, could we get a summary of what this item is, what it'll be used for? And then I would like some understanding as to why it didn't go to agenda review, what caused the issue of a $45 million contract to not come to agenda review.
Through the chair to the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Colbert to answer your questions.
To the chair, what caused us to bring this item early is that we are basically implementing an early renewal so we can continue some ongoing projects that need to get done by the end of the school year. We have orders that we need to execute just to prepare for the next school year, including the equipment that needs to be purchased for Rutledge Pearson to go into the new school. And basically what had happened is during this school year, we had a lot of orders for computers. And this was primarily what MTech takes care of us with. They have a contract that takes care of laptops, printers, tablets, the laptop carts, lockers, those sorts of things. This contract is used by multiple sources. So that includes traditional public schools, charter schools, even private schools leverage this contract because they can. The half-cent sales tax is leveraging this contract to purchase items at a reduced cost. The title office uses it, and food services also uses it. So just with the giant influx over the last year with money into the district has caused us to go over the authority that we had of $45 million.
Okay, so I certainly appreciate that we're in a situation where we need to move forward and whatnot. I'm not understanding why we didn't have a warning to say, hey, by the way, we're running out of time on this. We're running out of a dollar amount on what the board has previously approved. And it wasn't done in a way that it could be brought to us in a timely manner so that it could actually happen at agenda review. Again, it's a $45 million contract. And again, I don't want to interfere with students having what they need and teachers having what they need, but I am concerned that there wasn't a red flag that said to you as an assistant, as our chief information officer, hey, by the way, agenda review's coming up. We've run out of money on this. What do we need to do?
I agree that there should be some type of a warning signal. The issue with this is that very little of this funding belonged to the district. For example, the capital funding used for this against this $45 million was only $13 million this year. So what used up a ton of this was, for example, the ECF laptops. So that ECF laptops were $20 million that the district purchased for those laptops for students to take home. That was reimbursed to the district by the FCC. But ultimately, it fell across this contract because that's the vehicle that we used to purchase them, so it came off of that $45 million.
Right, and certainly I appreciate that. I still wonder if in purchasing somewhere there wasn't somebody monitoring something to say, we're getting ready to go over the approved $45 million, we should call the person who has this agenda item. I get that it's hard for you to track because it's coming from different places. Charters are using it, food services are using it, everybody's using it. But somebody should be watching that the number is, at some point, somebody figured out, oh goodness, $45 million, we need to go back to the board. And now we're in a catch-22 here, because from what I gather, we're in a situation that if we don't approve this tonight, that some students, teachers, whatnot, may not get what they need until we get it approved, that it's now a sense of urgency. Is that correct?
To the chair, yes, there are several PRs that are waiting approval for this item.
So we're already at a standstill as a result. Is that correct?
We are somewhat of a standstill.
Okay, let me go further. So, and the desired outcomes, or expected outcomes, we talk about anticipates large purchases. Can you define the term large purchases and what those large purchases could be in the coming year for the $45 million contract that we're supposed to approve tonight?
Speaking to the title office, they are expecting that, that schools are, particularly some of the private and outside entities are gonna be using the leftover federal funding that they were allocated, against this contract. So we expect a big uptick this year.
Okay. Under financial impact, I see that this went from 16 million to 18 million to 16 million to 45 million and now proposed 45 million. Can you talk about why we jumped? And again, I'm not opposed to teachers having what they need and students having what they need. And I want to, IT does a great job in this district of doing what they need to do to keep us innovative. I don't want to get in the way of that. But at the same time, where did the jump in funding come? How did that occur?
To the chair, primarily was the year where we had COVID and we executed an order for 65,000 machines so we could go one-to-one in our secondary and increase our overall ratio in our elementary schools. So since that was a long-term lease that was approved by the board, that increased the number every year. And then all the federal money that came in, especially around COVID, was all executed primarily against this contract for us and others to receive devices for students.
Okay. And then finally, I see in here it says expenditures will not exceed 45 million from capital funds, general funds, Title I, SAI, external grants, distance learning, and IDEA. My question is, do we have any idea what the proportions are? Because anytime I see capital funds, I get nervous and just want to make sure that I know Mr. Suarez needs capital funds. I know you need capital funds. I know that's always an ongoing debate between those two divisions. What are we looking at in terms of the breakdown of that?
To the chair, I plan to spend next year what I spent this year, which was around 13 million.
Okay.
I don't expect an increase from there.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Board Member Carney.
To the chair, to Mr. Colbert, just to go off of what Madam Chair was saying in regards to the breakdown of the costs, I'm concerned if we're using ESSER to use some of this, to pay for this year, what's gonna happen when we no longer are receiving ESSER, and how are we going to be able to make up with probably impending higher costs coming for the next school year? I don't know, without seeing the proportions of the dollar amounts of how it's all broken down, it's hard to gauge where we would be going forward with those funds going away.
Through the chair, the ESSER funds that we use were primarily executed to put things like interactive monitors in elementary school classrooms. So those things are very long-term. There was pieces from MTech in there because everyone has a computer on the back, but we primarily tried to shore our elementary schools and our secondary schools up from some of it from the stuff that was just basically lost during COVID because things just left, right, during that whole episode. So we tried to use the ESSER funds to take care of that. And so that way the capital money that we'd receive would be able to maintain what the students are supposed to have in the ratios in the classroom.
Thank you.
And then one final question, and I believe this will be for Dr. Green potentially. So what I'm hearing here, and again, I want to reiterate, Mr. Colbert does great work. I appreciate the manner in which he conducts our IT division and trying to get things that are innovative in our classrooms and such. What I'm really hearing here is that potentially he was not notified that we were getting ready to expire. Somebody somehow, or can we put some systems in place to ensure in the future, if we're approaching this contract in particular, we're getting to that $45 million mark, that somebody raises a red flag to Mr. Colbert so that we don't, so that we can truly board workshop this item in the future, or anything that could happen along this line. It just, again, it's a $45 million contract, and I don't want to attribute all the blame as to why we're in this moment to Mr. Colbert, 'cause I think it potentially is bigger than that.
Through the chair, we will work with purchasing and other entities. The concern I have is everything doesn't come to purchasing, especially when we're dealing with private schools, charter schools. It's coming from
Right.
a plethora of different locations. So we'll just have to figure out how we can make sure Mr. Colbert is in the know, or we can do it the old-fashioned way and pull the item until the next board meeting, until it can go through agenda review.
No, at this point, I've had my
I mean,
questions
yeah, but
answered.
that is another
Yeah.
answer.
I don't want to, it sounds like there are already purchase orders that are being held up. I don't want to hold up anymore. I have my answers. I just want to make sure we don't get ourselves in the predicament again, that's all.
Yeah.
At this time, is there any further discussion? Board Member Willie?
Through the chair. Thank you for the conversation. I know last year, I think it 2021-22 was 45 million, and then it's the same, but it's not to exceed. So is the plan to, I know the last year was purchased like 65,000 computers. That's not the plan this year, so we probably won't go get up to the 45 in your mind, or because of the other entities that are involved with this, we still may get up to it.
Through the chair, we are still have one more year of payments on that long-term lease, so that'll be included in that. I'll have my traditional capital spending, but the primary reason that this is so high is to cover those other entities.
Got it.
But then I do anticipate that the following year, this will drop down to a normal number.
Got it. And really, one last question. You talk about the other entities, the private, the other ones. How does that actually work for somebody who doesn't understand this contract? You see the 45 and you say a private school is underneath this contract. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Through the chair, just because we have such incredible buying power, we have a contract and we get a discount that no one else can traditionally get. So they are allowed to leverage that contract to receive that same discount that they just wouldn't normally receive.
So how does that money work? How does that money flow? If a random private school A wants to take advantage of our contract, they're paying the district, or they're paying MTech directly? How does that work?
It's somewhat of a complicated process, but the money kind of flows and goes through that same contract entity, but the money comes from them.
Got it. And because it's a very unique contract, so I just wanted that explanation to be out there, because it seems ballooned, but there's a lot of intricacies to it, so I wanted that to be clear. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, there's a very small portion of this that's actually district funds.
Right. Thank you.
Board Member Joyce?
Thank you. So through the chair to Dr. Green and Mr. Colbert, I want to make sure that I understand this. When we look at the 2018 and 19, and we spent $16 million, and then 18, and then 16, is that capital money that was used specifically for devices within our district? Okay. And then because of this contract that we entered into to get it at a reduced rate, in 21, 22, that's where it ballooned to the 45 million. Am I?
Through the chair, that's correct, with all the federal money that flowed in.
So that was federal money. This year on the 22, 23, it doesn't look like we are getting any ESSER money. Like, we used ESSER funding for the 45 million last year, but we're not using ESSER funding for the 45 million this year.
It's not, we have one more large order to purchase for the interactive monitors and the associated parts for the elementary school classrooms. We are prepared this week to execute an order of about 1,000 units to take care of the rest of those classrooms.
How much will that cost?
About 5.2 million.
Is there any way through the chair, to the chair, that we can approve that and then work through the rest of this? Because if we're not using ESSER funds and we were using ESSER funds, that large amount to me, I think needs more conversation and more research behind that amount. Is there any way through the chair to Dr. Green that we can approve what is waiting right now and then have this come before the board at the next workshop to actually workshop it?
Can I make one comment on that to the chair? There's also all the stuff for the schools that are being built. We are estimating this week, so we can get that stuff ordered. My concern would be that it would not come in by the time that the school opened.
In August.
Correct.
And how much is that?
How much money is going to be dedicated towards that?
Altogether that we need to fulfill this item right now?
With pending orders, probably close to 15 million?
That's a long way away from 45. And again, I'd like to understand the remaining part of that with ESSER and projecting for the future as well. I mean, I think there's just more conversation that needs to be had. So I would like to make an amendment if it's possible.
I'm going to get Mr. Poole queued in right here, real quick. Mike, may I ask a question real
Sure.
quick? And then I'm going to come right back to you.
Perfect.
As a point of clarification. This contract amount is right now signaled for $45 million. You've seen the contract that's out there. It's explicit in there that to get the rates, that it's at $45 million. If we unilaterally lower that to $15 million, does that mean that you have to go back and negotiate the contract? I just don't know. I'm not sure whether we can or not. And I want to ask that question because the contract, I believe, is captured at 45.
To the chair, the answer is yes. That's considered a counteroffer,
Right.
which then is subject to negotiation with the other side.
So if we were to amend it and pass this, we're actually not approving a contract because you would have to go back and negotiate. So an amendment on this doesn't necessarily work.
That's correct.
Board Member Willie.
So from a contractual standpoint, this says not to exceed 45. So it doesn't say we're giving them 45 million. It basically says it gives us the opportunity to be in relationship and have these conversations. So I think this can be signed and we can still have ongoing conversations about each of those pieces that you mentioned. This just gives us an ability to have the conversation. Doesn't say we're gonna spend 45, so we can still figure those things out, but it gives us the space to say, hey, we're in relationship and we can actually get the discount that we want. So I think
I appreciate that.
that's a way to look at it.
Okay. Board Member Willie, thank you. I appreciate that. Board Member Joyce, I'm coming back to you.
I can agree with that.
Okay. But we'll bring this item back just to have further understanding of it so that, okay. All right, that being said, Mr. Poole?
And just through the chair, that is correct. Board Member Willie is correct. It sets a ceiling of 45. It's not a mandatory, you got to spend it. So that is accurate.
And so this will allow us, so as a point of clarification, this will allow Mr. Colbert to go ahead and proceed with the two basic areas that he needs to proceed with, because we certainly don't want to hold up have issues with construction delays because we don't have IT equipment. So we can proceed with that, but get further information. Board Member Joyce.
Yeah, one more question I have
Sure.
through the chair to Mr. Colbert. This is or Dr. Green, this is a $45 million contract, and again, last year we covered this with ESSER funds. This year we're using actual, funding that we
Okay.
receive. What is the expectation for next year? Are we going to be required to enter into another contract with this large dollar amount, or what does that look like moving forward?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce. So the large amounts really have been tied to COVID and the additional funding. We got the grant from the FCC, which allowed us to purchase laptops for families to keep at home. We received the ESSER funding. Part of that ESSER requirement was to spend dollars on technology. And so we chose projects that, once you do it, it should be there for a long period of time. Don't mess with the gigantic board on your classroom, because that might be the last time you get one. because we were able to do that project. So once that project is done, that is it for ESSER. It doesn't mean that next year, that we're building 5, opening up 3, 4 new schools, so you'll need that limit so that you can make sure you're not gonna have an issue purchasing computers for the schools that are built. Mr. Colbert and his team does kind of analyze what's been our trend, what's been our sort of method of determining what is that ceiling. We are also making decisions for every school that has money to buy. It's for everybody to use this contract. So a school may have had the PTA raise $20,000 for something that would be in this contract. And so a school will put in an order for it. Mr. Colbert does not know about every single school, or doesn't know when a private school makes that decision. But when you look at your past history of trends, that's what he built upon. It has just been larger because of this influx of dollars that had to be spent on technology.
Okay.
So I would say in the out years, it may not be at the size of 45 million, but it still will be significant because we have new schools coming online.
Okay. And when can we expect to see the item come next year? Is that gonna be a January, December item? Because if this is April, I mean, I would like to actually just have it before and have conversation around this. So when if you were calendaring it, when do you expect we would receive it next year, the item?
If the ask is, through the chair, if the ask is to send it back to April again, then we would probably do it, I'd like to do it at least 2 months in advance.
Okay. So we'll get the item in February? Okay, perfect. Okay.
All right. Thank you. And I think I also heard that purchasing might set up some mechanisms by which to help Mr. Colbert know if we're getting close to that threshold as well. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That item passes 7-0. I go to the next item that was pulled for discussion. It is operations, facilities, project design, construction and maintenance, approved stormwater credits purchase agreement with the city of Jacksonville. Dr. Green, can you read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board approve the stormwater credit purchase agreement between the city of Jacksonville and Duval County School Board in the amount not to exceed $95,059.24. That the Duval County School Board authorize the Office of General Counsel to make substantial technical or non-material changes to the stormwater credit purchase agreement if needed.
I ask for a motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Board Member Jones and a second by Board Member Hershey. And I will open it up at first to Board Member Hershey. I believe she's the one that pulled this item.
Yes, I did. This is one of those items that, to me, is a shared partnership, and oftentimes we have the city asking to use our schools for MOUs so the community can benefit. And my concern was that the city was going to have no investment in this project. And through the chair in conversation with Mr. Soros, great news at the end of the day today. So I would just like to, through the chair, have Mr. Soros explain what he was able to do and thank him and Ms. Tammy Talley for their efforts and conversation with City Hall, because I believe it was worth going back and having further discussion and asking for a commitment from the city, because I think that shared partnership is important.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, that's correct. When we really looked at the situation and the fact that there was going to be a clear community benefit as a result of this new AstroTurf field being built at Englewood High School, we thought it seemed prudent to make one last effort to talk to City of Jacksonville leadership. And so myself and Ms. Tammy Talley, we got on the schedule for that meeting and met last Thursday. Initially, they kind of upheld the position that they simply couldn't donate the stormwater credits because it's something that's sought after by a lot of organizations. But after we talked through the benefits that are potentially there for the community, they came back and said that they would either cover the cost of this agreement on our behalf for the $95,000 or reimburse us for an expense if we had to pay it. But either way, that they would do that, and we received a follow-up email from the Director of Parks and Recreation confirming that. And that is obviously in return for allowing community access to the field, which is something that we were going to do. So in the end, we feel confident that they will cover this cost for this agreement, but we still need the agreement to satisfy requirements from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for stormwater treatment as a result of the new field. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the persistence and further conversation with the city. And I'd just like to say to the board, because I bring this up often, that we cannot be the one to always give without nothing in return. And I hope that the board as a whole will continue to pick up this mantle and ask for the city to engage and have a shared partnership with us when the community benefits from investments that we make.
Any further discussion?
I have a question thank you for the work on this, because I think this was brought up in the agenda review, and it's great that the traction has happened. Do we need to have a separate agreement with the city that states what you stated, knowing, I say that because we know there's going to be a shift and change in leadership pretty soon. So just figuring out, do we need a separate agreement, or does this suffice, or does an MOU suffice between our two departments?
Through the chair to Board Member Willie, what will be memorialized will be the joint use agreement. There's currently one in existence for the high school facilities. The AstroTurf field will be added to that agreement, and in there, it will stipulate the city's requirement to pay this $95,000. So that's how we'll memorialize it in a written agreement. And we need to get that done, obviously, within the next 90 days, if at all possible.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That item passes 7-0. We'll now move on to board member travel. That the Duval County School Board confirm the travel listed is for official board business, and that it complies with the rules of the State Board of Education. June 7th through the 9th, 2023, Tampa, Florida. Florida School Boards Association, FSBA, Florida Association of District School Superintendents, FADS, Annual Summer Conference, Pearson. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, I ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Board Member Jones and a second from Board Member Willie. Is there anyone that would like to discuss or speak to this item? Seeing none, I call for your vote. That item passes with a vote of 7-0. We are now in for the record. I am going to start to my right with Board Member Hershey.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone who bravely spoke out tonight to share your story specific to the events that have been discussed through the chair by our legal counsel and then by members of the community. I want to spend my time and for the record to address a few items. I have not only I've heard you loud and clear, as a mother who has a daughter who graduated in 2013 and someone from her class spoke tonight, as an aunt who has a niece who graduated from DA, as well as a niece who currently attends DA. And some of you who spoke tonight are personally known to me, and I have heard you loud and clear as a friend. Having said that, through the chair to Dr. Green, I'm asking tonight that the district conduct an internal investigation to explore how this incident happened, how it was allowed to continue, and who is responsible. I would like to know the framework for that investigation and timeline by our next workshop. The investigation must be sufficiently broad to address how this happened and not simply a narrow focus on one employee. I highly applaud the district for actions that have been taken and following Florida Statute 1012.796, paragraph 1, D2, which specifies actions of the district. Thank you for taking steps to report to the Department of Education as well as to the Ethics Commission. But this is an extra step that I feel that our district needs to have an internal review to understand how we got to where we are. Finally, Dr. Coker, I would like a review of policy 6.84 and 6.80 at our next policy meeting. And I'm asking for clarity on how the district is exercising management rights and our collective bargaining as it applies to professional standards. To sum up, as something that my pastor said Sunday, when warning signs are ignored, disastrous things can happen. And we have heard testimony tonight that I believe is grave against the district, and I am just asking through the chair to Dr. Green that we take action as a district to understand how we got to where we are today.
Thank you. I'm going to move to Board Member Willie.
Appreciate those words. And through the chair, it took a lot of courage for folks to stand up here and say those things today, and I appreciate you giving us that information. And now we have a responsibility to do something with that, and I applaud the board, the district for moving how it did, but now that we've heard even more, we're complicit if we don't. And I want the folks who spoke and all the community to hear that. And we're going to be doing something about it. Action will be taken. So I really just want to applaud the courage of the folks who stood tonight and the folks who even submitted letters and didn't stand here tonight. We want to be a district where we're safe. And right now there's so much going on. This is happening. And we want to make sure that we're doing what's right by our students and our staff. We've heard it from both students and staff tonight. So once again, thank you for your courage. I'll also just, the incidents in Nashville hit very, very hard. The next morning I was here speaking to the PTA, and I couldn't talk for the first little bit because you all know that there was 9-year-olds, and my daughter just turned 9 on Saturday. So I imagine her and her friends, and I'm like, man. And I know that I thank you, Dr. Green, for you. We always talk about safety on this board. But at the end of the day, there are folks who have bad intentions. And I think we can always do more, and we should always be thinking about it. But I also have to say this too as well. Like, policies have consequences. And unfortunately, there are a lot of things that are going on and policy-wise that allow certain things to happen. Also, silence has consequences, and we need to be speaking up as a board too. Even though we don't affect gun laws and things like that, we have a voice, and we need to use our voice, because this should not happen. It should not happen to a 9-year-old. And it's just so frustrating that we almost have become almost numb to it. So I appreciate the presentation today about all the different things that we're doing. I encourage us to continue to always keep safety at the top of mind, but also encourage us to use our voice too, because this is things that happen outside of our schools affect our schools every single day. Also, just want to celebrate a lot of great things are going on in our district. Had a chance to hang out with the folks at Special Olympics this past week. Ribault had it at their track for some of the middle schools around. They came during the day and participated in different events. You talk about joy. If you've never participated in a Special Olympics event, whether it's on a weekend or in our schools, please do it. And I'm talking not just board members, but anybody in our community. They always need more volunteers. It is a special, special time for the students, for those athletes, for the coaches. So I just appreciate that time. And thank you to Special Olympics and that partnership that we have with them. Also want to recognize I got a chance to attend the 5,000 Role Models The Friends of the 5,000 had a celebration to sort of talk about the different partnerships that they had. So I really appreciated being at that event. Really phenomenal if you think about these young men who get to really just be poured into. So that was also fantastic. And last, what I'll just mention is, I know Board Member Jones and I are going to be having a town hall on April 24th, where we just want to talk about the different, number one, accomplishments that have happened in District 4 and 5, but also there's going to be transition. The district lines, the city lines that moved actually affect schools and neighborhoods and who represents them. So we want to make sure the community is informed about what that looks like. So we're going to be having that, and there will be more details, of course, on our website and whatnot. But really want a chance for the community to come in and hear about all the different transitions that are happening, and all the positive things that are happening too in our community. So once again, thank you for that, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We'll move to Board Member Joyce, who's back with us in person. We're glad to have you back in person.
Thank you. Well, I was going to end with that, but I want to begin by saying I just want to thank the board for your patience and for allowing me to participate by telephone. I never felt like I was out of the loop, and it's just very kind. I know we have it in board policy, but this board put it in policy, and I want to thank you, Dr. Coker, for initiating that, because sometimes we can't be here. But thank you for your thoughts and your prayers, and Dr. Green, thank you for reaching out, and the flowers and everything. It was very sweet, and I'm very appreciative. Board Member Hershey, thank you. We needed that, and I wish I would have thought of it. We need that to be done, and I just want to thank you for bringing it to the board, because you said, I had 2 daughters that graduate from Douglas Anderson, so it hits home, and it doesn't matter what school it is. It's just unacceptable. It's unacceptable in any of our schools, and so I want to thank you for that. And I completely support that. I want to also say that I know we referred to board policy tonight when we talked about speaker protocol. And I felt the energy and I felt the anguish. And they want to say his name. You want to. And the last speaker that came, I almost stood up and applauded her because she said it hasn't been said in 20 years. I'm going to say it. And when I looked at the policy, it says that I think, what we base this off is speakers will avoid the use of profane or vulgar language or personal attacks. This is not a personal attack. It's not any of those things. And so I'm going to ask the board to reconsider this protocol. I understand a personal attack, but also we have speakers that come before the board and they want to celebrate a principal, or they want to address an issue in the district, and it's not necessarily a personal attack, but the board needs to know, not just that it's a title, they need to know specifically what the issue is. And Dr. Green is very adamant, and she's very judicial about sending a cabinet member out to talk and say what is going on so we can fix these problems for you. And so I'm going to ask the board in the next time we have policy to rethink about, addressing the board. And maybe it's not a personal attack. Maybe we can look at a place where we can call people out by name in some fashion. So I want to do that. I don't think that it doesn't match to me, and I want it to match. All the heavy stuff I've said all the heavy stuff. Ortega Elementary was Tuesday. Dr. Green and I were able to go to the 100-year celebration. That was my first outing after my procedure, and it was beautiful and wonderful, and I love to see the students at that school. And they did a theme through the decades, and so, they had little kids walking around with candy boxes of candy you could get in the 40s and candy you can get in the 50s and the 60s. It was just adorable. Ms. Royce Hammond did a fabulous job in the PTA of organizing that event. I want to congratulate Ms. Edwards at Stillwell for receiving her outstanding educator in Black history. I personally know her. I've personally been in her classroom. She's an amazing educator, and she's done an amazing job at Stillwell in the Military Leadership Academy. And then I want to remind everybody that Chafee Trail is having a groundbreaking next week. And if you live out on the west side, it's going to be fun and fabulous, so please come. All right, thank you so much.
All right, moving to Board Member Carney.
Thank you. I'm going to speak about it's all on our hearts tonight, and I do want to also say something to everyone that came and spoke from their heart tonight about the situation at Douglas Anderson. I'm a mom of 2 daughters who are teenagers, and also on a personal note, I grew up with a close friend who had some issues with a teacher in 4th grade and again in 8th grade. And it goes back to the see something, say something that one of our community members said tonight, because I was one of those kids that saw something and I didn't say something. And this was a long time ago. And it's so important because I'm still friends with this person to this day. We've had conversations about the incidents that had happened way back when. And so this really strikes a very personal, heartbreaking chord to me. And it's in a very emotional situation for me on a personal level. So thank you, Board Member Hershey. I appreciate what you did tonight, and I believe that it needs to happen because no matter where you live, and I'm from New York, it happened in New York, it happened multiple times, and it can happen in any school. And we need to make sure that it doesn't happen anymore in any schools, period. I will promise you as a board member in this district that I will be vigilant about keeping our students and our teachers safe, whether it be from someone who is exhibiting inappropriate behavior towards a child or someone that wants to come into our school and harm our teachers and staff and our students. So I want the community to know that I will remain vigilant with our board, and we will always do what's right, and we will always stand up and protect our children and take every possible precaution, whether it be safety from the outside or within. That being said, I got to sit in a helicopter. And I also got to ride in a brand-new bridge simulator with Miss Peak at Naval Station Mayport last week. Was it last week? Yeah, it was last week. And I just want to commend Captain Bender and what he's doing to partner with us as a district at Naval Station Mayport. The military and the Navy community here in general, I have so much respect for, and I walked out of that day tired, but so joyful to see our 9th and 10th grade girls from Fletcher, Ribault, and Andrew Jackson start from being very quiet and not knowing what to do to backing a simulator of a carrier into a pier, asking if they could drive it through a hurricane, and having really open, honest dialogue with women who are taking leadership roles in our United States Navy. So it was an amazing experience. I've already told Captain Bender that I need to know how to operate that simulator, and I am coming back. But again, I just want to commend our partnership with the military in town and the district because they're doing amazing things with us. So, also, somebody else that's doing amazing things, and thank you, Dr. Green, for forwarding me the email from our Fletcher senior, Grant Tucker, who has gotten into 6 of the 8 Ivy League schools in our country. It's an amazing feat, and I just want to congratulate him, and I wish him nothing but the best. Just for the record, Princeton, Harvard, Yale, Penn, Cornell, and Brown. He received acceptance letters. So his mom was very proud, and she sent an email out to Dr. Green, and I just wanted to make sure that we commend him, since that is a job well done, and that man is going to have a very bright future. So congratulations to him.
All right, thank you. Moving down to Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we all have been touched by what happened at Douglas Anderson, and my heart aches for what happened, and we fail, you know, somehow we fail our students. Those students who spoke here tonight, and many more who probably didn't speak, you know, somehow the district failed, and we gotta make sure that never happens again. You know, as Board Member Corner said, you see something, you say something, and oftentimes we don't do that. We gotta press on and let people know they have to speak up, because you do have the statute of limitations, that sometimes when they speak up too late, there's nothing you can be done about it, and that's unfortunate. But I thank Board Member Hershey for her leadership in that and her advocacy, and I know you care about the city like I do, and I just want to thank you for that. I think we all care about Jacksonville, and most of all, we care about our students and our teachers. So, and then the shooting that happened in Nashville, as tragic as it was, you know, we just have to begin to address the assault weapons. I mean, I don't care how well armed JSO and our school police are, they're not equipped to deal with someone assault weapon that comes into that school. You know, they're just not. And it's not something that we can do as a board, but we certainly can advocate for it. And finally, on a lighter note, I just want to congratulate two of my principals, Mrs. LaWanda Polidor of Hidden Oaks Elementary and Lori Turner at Thomas Jefferson Elementary School for the Schools of the Month as selected by Community First Credit Union. They do an outstanding job. Board Member Willie knows the work that Ms. Polidor did. And we have outstanding leadership in a lot of our schools, and I just want to congratulate those two principals. Thank you.
Vice Chair Pearson, coming to you.
I had planned to limit my comments only to HB 733 and SB 1112, but I do want to thank Board Member Hershey for her comments and call for investigation. This isn't the first time this has happened to a school in District 3 in the last few years, and so thank you for that. And I think several of us have been working on this issue from different angles. So even without communicating, we were working as a team. So that's good. Okay. Legislation. HB 733, SB 1112 is the school start times bill that I mentioned, seems like a very long time ago, at the beginning of the meeting. While changing the middle school and high school start times to allow teenagers to sleep longer because of health benefits is well intentioned, I do think that this item is better left to local boards to decide with community input. Orange County Public Schools has already done some work in this area. I have the results of a survey that they conducted. They received responses from almost 32,000 respondents, students, parents, community partners, employees of the school district and others. 87% of those respondents represent the middle school, high school grade bands. The highest level, which was strongly support among all respondents, replied that they want to maintain their current school start times. The strongest opposition among respondents was moving the start times by 40 minutes and switching elementary and high school times. So that was the most drastic, but that would conform to this proposed law. Among students, all grade bands strongly supported maintaining current start times and strongly opposed adjusting by 40 minutes and adjusting by 40 and switching with the elementary school. DCPS staff have developed 4 models, and here's a summary of their concerns. Earlier start times for elementary students could impact their alertness and attendance, could affect family schedules for getting multiple students to school, could impact family plans to have older siblings watch younger siblings after school, and could cause more families to need extended day care causing financial impact to the families and a strain on our extended day staffing. Earlier start times in secondary schools, there is no guarantee that earlier start times will result in improved academic performance or attendance. There's also no guarantee that students will go to bed by 11 o'clock, as was stated in the presentation. Schools could move athletic practice and extracurricular activities before school, negating the sleep-in benefit, which is happening in one county, our neighboring county. Later dismissal could impact family schedules, work or volunteer opportunities for students, start times for middle school sports, and most of those facilities do not have lights. So a later start time would really impact the ability to have middle school sports. For DCPS, the biggest impact would be on logistics, particularly transportation. The House bill provides 3 years to implement and some potential funding to help with this. However, it is debatable that 3 years will overcome the bus and bus driver shortage that we are currently experiencing. There would be difficulty in securing buses for athletic events because of the later start times and significantly impact the level of service we're currently providing to our magnet students for magnet transportation. For those who don't know, our magnet students at dedicated magnet schools catch the high school bus, ride that to the high school, use that as a hub, and then get transportation to the magnet schools. For the community, there's a foreseeable impact to the morning and afternoon commute, to work schedules, and busing is a logistical concern, but the start time applies to all students in public, traditional, magnet, and charter schools. So there is, whether a student rides a bus or not, there's going to be a shifting of more cars and car lines at different times, and perhaps a compression of that schedule. So what is the call to action in this? I would encourage you to read HB 733 and SB 1112. They're pretty much identical, and decide if you think this is a good idea or not, and then use your voice. We have a number of people that you can reach out to. The bill sponsor for SB 1112 is Senator Burgess from Zephyr Hills. The two committees that are upcoming for this legislation are the Senate Appropriations on Education and the Senate Fiscal Policy Committees. And then we have two Duval senators, Senator Tracy Davis and Senator Clay Yarborough. All of these people, including the committees and people who are on the committees, you can find them at myfloridahouse.gov. But I have been in conversation with colleagues in Florida School Board Association. They are comparing this to the Bright Futures legislation a couple of years ago, where parents who talked about the personal impact of that proposed legislation, students who talked about the personal impact of that proposed legislation, were able to affect change to the proposed legislation. So I would highly encourage the 12 community members who are still with us and anyone listening or who's listening to the recording to please do some research on this bill, figure out where you fall on it, and please contact those who are in the position to make a decision on it, because at this point, districts have weighed in on it. It's passing through. We really do need our parents, our teachers, our community members who will be affected to please reach out and to the interested parties who have decision-making ability to please speak out for or against this bill, but please do some research and thinking about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and I'll conclude. I want to also thank Board Member Hershey for her comments. I think we definitely have the entire board behind you and your thoughts, and so thank you for crafting that. Not a surprise, given some of the other items you've advocated for, that you would step up on this, so thank you. I want to thank the speakers who came tonight. It was incredibly painful to hear and heartbreaking to hear some of what we heard, but I appreciate your bravery your honesty, and helping us to best understand the situation. I also appreciate the way you approached it, so that we don't impede an investigation that's ongoing in our city at this time. But again, I just thank you for your bravery, and for sharing your story. I want to also thank my colleagues on the dais. As you watch the national news and you look at what's happening in cities and governing bodies, and you see people getting up and doing this, that, and the other meeting and grandstanding and all that. This past week, we had a hard issue, and it hit all of us. And what became very apparent to me is while we all ended up in these seats for different reasons, and we have different views on items, but there's a thing called good governance. And what I saw this week was just incredibly good governance, and I am just grateful to each one of you that in a hard moment that we were able to do the job that we were elected to do. I also want to thank the Office of General Counsel, Mr. Poole. I don't know how many hours you spent meeting and on the phone with us in this process because we can't talk among ourselves. We have to call you and ask you those questions. And each one of us certainly know how to dial you on our phone and how to show up at your office unannounced as well. And so I just thank you for your patience during what was a really hard week for us as we tried to hit the right place for our teachers, our students, our community. And so thank you to you. But most importantly, thank you to my colleagues on the dais. As board chair, you feel a lot of responsibility to try to organize and get things right, and I appreciate you helping me to do that. That being said, I want to make sure that in the end, we're sitting in a day and age where things often feel off kilter. No matter what side you're on different issues, but it just seems like sometimes society is just kind of rotating out of control. While that's all happening, we have teachers, we have school-related employees, we have principals, we have cafeteria workers and bus drivers, we have people in this building, we have region superintendents who show up every day truly with the best interests of our children at heart, despite all that's going on around them. And I just want to end this meeting by saying thank you to them. Thank you for keeping our students first. And that as the board chair, and as a former employee of this district, I am grateful for your service every day and for what you do for our children. And so with that, I will take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Pearson and a second by Board Member Hershey. All those in favor signal by saying yay. Any nays? That being said, we are adjourned unanimously.